Midnight arrangement. Prologue, the contract signing. The contract smelled like expensive paper and midnight decisions. Elena Morgan's fingers trembled as she turned to page 7, the rustle obscenely loud in Damien Cross's penthouse study. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Manhattan glittered 43 stories below, a constellation of wealth and ambition that had never been hers to claim. Until tonight. Until this. Section 12, she said, her voice steadier than her hands. Separate bedrooms. No cohabitation required beyond public appearances. Correct. Damien's voice came from somewhere behind her, dark and textured like smoke over gravel. He hadn't sat since his lawyer left 10 minutes ago, hadn't offered her the chair across from his desk. He'd simply handed her the document and retreated to the shadows near his bookshelves, watching. Always watching. Elena forced herself to focus on the words. Clinical. Transactional. 1 year of marriage in exchange for $2 million upon completion. Party A, Damien Cross, agrees to cover all medical expenses related to Party B's, Elena Morgan, father's treatment, including experimental protocols not covered by insurance. Party B agrees to maintain public appearance of devoted spouse, attend required social functions, and provide no cause for speculation regarding the marriage's legitimacy. Her father's face flashed through her mind, gray-skinned in that hospital bed, the machines breathing for him while the doctor explained that 72 hours was all they had before the treatment window closed. Experimental. Expensive. Impossible. Except Damien Cross had made it possible with a single phone call and this contract. You're reading it thoroughly. Not a question. Damien shifted, and she caught his reflection in the window glass. Tall, broad-shouldered, features carved with the kind of brutal precision that made Renaissance sculptors weep. At 38, he built an empire from Brooklyn concrete and Manhattan steel. The business journals called him brilliant. The tabloids called him ruthless. The sealed court record she'd found online called him something else entirely, though the plaintiff's name had been redacted and the word coercion had stopped her breath. I don't sign things I haven't read. Elena flipped another page, hyper-aware of the silk dress she'd worn to the gallery event where his lawyer had first approached her. It felt like costume jewelry now, pretty and worthless in this room of leather-bound first editions and art worth more than her entire neighborhood. Smart. He moved closer. She heard the whisper of expensive fabric, smelled cedar and something darker. But you've been on page 8 for 3 minutes. What's stopping you? Everything. The fact that she was selling a year of her life. The fact that her ex-boyfriend's betrayal had destroyed her career and now her father's illness was destroying her choices. The fact that Damien Cross had somehow known exactly when to make his offer, not at the hospital where desperation would have made her grateful, but at the gallery where she'd been pretending she still belonged in the art world, pretending the authentication scandal hadn't marked her as damaged goods. He'd known. And he'd waited. Section 19, she said. Termination clause. Either party can dissolve the arrangement with 30 days' notice, forfeiting all financial compensation. Insurance. His reflection moved closer to hers in the glass. I don't trap people, Elena. She turned then, meeting his gaze directly for the first time since the lawyer had left. His eyes were gray, not the soft gray of morning fog, but the hard gray of polished titanium. They catalogued her with territorial intensity, noting the pulse at her throat, the way her fingers had creased the contract's edge, the slight parting of her lips as she inhaled. Don't you? She lifted her chin. This entire arrangement is a trap. For both of us. Something flickered across his face, surprise maybe or recognition. He closed the distance between them with 2 measured steps, stopping just outside her personal space. Not touching but consuming the air. I need a wife to secure my inheritance, he said. My grandfather's will requires marriage before I turn 39. That's 4 months from now. Without it, my shares transfer to a trust controlled by my business partners, including Marcus Hale, who's been circling my company like a vulture for 5 years. And you chose me because I'm desperate enough to agree. The words tasted like ash, but she wouldn't flinch from the truth. I chose you because you're strong enough to survive it. His gaze dropped to her mouth, then back to her eyes. I researched you, Elena. Brooklyn Heights art curator. Daughter of a retired firefighter. Reputation destroyed by an ex-boyfriend who sold your authentication to a forger, but you rebuilt anyway. You worked 3 jobs to keep your father's brownstone out of foreclosure. You haven't taken a vacation in 4 years. You don't break. Heat crawled up her neck, not arousal but anger. You had me investigated. Thoroughly. No apology in his voice. I don't make $2 million investments without due diligence. Investment. Not person. Not partner. Investment. Elena set the contract on his desk with deliberate care. Then you know I have 72 hours to decide about my father's treatment. You know the hospital needs payment confirmation by Friday morning. You structured this offer to give me no time to think, no room to negotiate. Yes. The single word hung between them like a blade. At least you're honest about the manipulation. She reached for her purse, but Damien's hand shot out, not grabbing her but bracing against the desk, caging her without contact. The heat of his body radiated through the inches separating them. I'm honest about everything that matters. His voice dropped lower, intimate and dangerous. I won't lie to you, Elena. I won't pretend this is a fairy tale. You sign that contract, you become my wife in every legal sense. You wear my ring. You sleep in my penthouse. You smile for the cameras and play the role convincingly enough that no one questions it. Section 12 says separate bedrooms. It does. So I'll have my own space. My own room. You will. He leaned closer, his breath ghosting across her temple. But you won't use it. Her heart kicked against her ribs. The contract says separate bedrooms. Doesn't say you'll sleep in yours. His eyes held hers, gray fire in the low light. I don't force, Elena. I don't coerce. But I also don't lie about what I want. And I want you in my bed. She should have stepped back. Should have slapped him. Should have walked out and found another way to save her father. Except there was no other way, no time, no choice that didn't end with her father dying while she watched. This is a business arrangement, she said. Yes. You're paying me to be your wife. Yes. And you think I'll just... She couldn't finish the sentence. Heat flooded her face, her chest, pooling low in her belly with a want she absolutely would not acknowledge. Damien's mouth curved, not quite a smile but something darker. I think you'll do exactly what the contract says. Attend events. Wear the ring. Play the role. He straightened, releasing her from the cage of his arm. Everything else is negotiable. But I'm telling you now, I don't share space well and I don't sleep alone in my own home. You want separate bedrooms in the contract? Fine. But when you're exhausted from fighting this thing between us, when you're tired of pretending you don't feel it too, you'll come to my room. And I'll be waiting. The arrogance should have repulsed her. Instead, it lit something fierce and unwanted in her chest. A challenge, a dare, a reckless curiosity about what it would feel like to surrender to someone who looked at her like she was the only real thing in his manufactured world. She picked up the pen from his desk. Expensive, heavy, the kind of object that signed billion-dollar deals and marriage contracts at midnight. 1 year. 1 year. And my father gets the treatment. All of it. No matter what. Already arranged. The hospital has my authorization. Treatment starts Friday morning. Elena flipped to the final page, where 2 signature lines waited in stark black ink. Party A, Party B. She pressed the pen to paper, feeling the weight of the decision in her wrist, her shoulder, her entire body. I don't trap people, he'd said. But they both knew that was a lie. The trap wasn't the contract or the money or even the marriage. The trap was the way he watched her sign her name, like he was memorizing the curve of each letter, claiming her with his gaze before she'd even finished the E in Elena. She set down the pen. Damien moved immediately, lifting the contract to add his own signature with swift, aggressive strokes. His handwriting was angular, controlled, beautiful in its precision. Done. He set the contract aside and pulled a small box from his desk drawer. Black velvet, expensive. He opened it to reveal a ring, platinum band, single diamond, elegant and understated and probably worth more than her father's brownstone. Elena's throat tightened as he lifted the ring from its cushion. Left hand, he said. She extended her hand, hating the way it trembled. Damien's fingers were warm as they closed around hers, steady as he slid the ring onto her 4th finger. It fit perfectly. Of course it did. He'd probably had her measured without her knowledge. Another piece of due diligence, another invasion disguised as preparation. The ring caught the light, throwing fractured rainbows across the contract's pages. Mrs. Cross, Damien said, and the name sounded like ownership. Elena met his eyes. Don't call me that. It's your legal name now. For 1 year. Then I'm Elena Morgan again. Something dark moved through his expression. Possessiveness, frustration, hunger. His thumb stroked across her knuckles, a single deliberate caress that sent electricity up her arm. We'll see. She pulled her hand back, cradling it against her chest like the ring might burn. I should go. It's late. Your things are being moved tomorrow. Car will pick you up at noon. I didn't agree to move in tomorrow. The contract says immediately upon signing. You signed. He moved to the door, opening it with the easy confidence of a man who'd already won. Besides, your father's treatment starts Friday. You'll want to be at the hospital. My penthouse is 10 minutes from Mount Sinai. Your apartment in Brooklyn Heights is 45. Practical. Logical. Another cage disguised as convenience. Elena walked toward the door, each step feeling like wading through water. When she reached the threshold, Damien's hand caught her elbow, gentle but immovable. Elena. She looked up. His face was closer than she'd expected, all sharp angles and shadow in the hallway light. Beautiful and terrible, like a painting of a fallen angel. You signed the contract, he said. But understand this, I don't do anything halfway. For the next year you're mine. Legally, publicly, and every other way that matters. I'll honor every clause in that document. But I'll also push every boundary you'll let me push. And when you finally come to my bed, because you will, it won't be because the contract says so. It'll be because you can't stay away. Heat and fury warred in her chest. You're very sure of yourself. I'm sure of what I saw in your eyes when I put that ring on your finger. His thumb brushed the inside of her elbow, finding her racing pulse. You're terrified. But you're also curious. And that curiosity is going to eat you alive. Elena jerked her arm free and stepped into the hallway, her heels clicking against marble. She didn't look back. Couldn't. If she did, she might do something reckless. Slap him, kiss him, sign another contract just to see what other boundaries he'd push. The elevator doors opened immediately, as if the building itself conspired to swallow her escape. She stepped inside and jabbed the lobby button, watching Damien's silhouette in the doorway until the doors slid shut. Only then did she let herself breathe. Only then did she look down at the ring on her finger, proof that she'd just sold a year of her life to the most dangerous man in Manhattan. And the worst part, the part that made her stomach clench with something too close to anticipation, was that he was right. She was curious. God help her, she wanted to know what would happen when she finally stopped fighting and walked through his bedroom door. The elevator descended, carrying her back to street level, back to the world where she was still Elena Morgan for a few more hours. Tomorrow she'd be Mrs. Cross. Tomorrow the real trap would close. Chapter 1, 48 hours before. The fluorescent lights in Mount Sinai's cardiac wing turned everyone into ghosts. Elena sat in the consultation room's plastic chair, her father's medical file open on Dr. Rashid's desk like an autopsy report for a life not yet finished. The oncologist, young, competent, exhausted, scrolled through scan images with the detached efficiency of someone who delivered impossible news 3 times a day. The tumor's grown 6 millimeters since last month, Dr. Rashid said. We're out of conventional options. Elena's fingernails bit into her palms. Through the window, her father slept in his hospital bed, oxygen cannula ghosting his upper lip, the machines tracking his weakening heart in steady green lines. Thomas Morgan. 63 years old. Retired FDNY. Survivor of 9/11, 2 heart attacks and a wife's early death. Not a quitter. But cancer didn't care about resilience. You mentioned experimental treatment, Elena said. Her voice sounded distant, clinical. She'd learned that trick in the months since the diagnosis, how to discuss her father's death like it was a transaction, something negotiable if she just found the right terms. There's a trial at Johns Hopkins. Targeted immunotherapy combined with a new surgical technique. Dr. Rashid pulled up a document, and Elena's stomach dropped at the numbers. It's showing remarkable results in similar cases. 73% remission rate. But it's not covered by insurance. Experimental protocols rarely are. The doctor's expression held practiced sympathy. The treatment itself is $1.8 million. That includes surgery, 6 months of immunotherapy and follow-up care. $1.8 million. Elena's entire year's salary at the Brooklyn Museum was $42,000. Her father's pension and Social Security barely covered the brownstones' property taxes. She had $1,700 in savings and a maxed-out credit card from the last round of medical bills. How long do I have to decide? The words tasted like ash. 72 hours. After that, the tumor's position makes surgery too risky. Dr. Rashid closed the file with a soft thud that sounded like a coffin lid. I'm sorry, Elena. I wish I had better options. Elena stood, her legs unsteady. Can I sit with him? Of course. She walked to her father's room on autopilot, her heels clicking against linoleum that smelled like disinfectant and dying hopes. Inside, the machines beeped their steady rhythm. Her father's chest rose and fell. His hand, when she took it, felt papery and cold. "Hey Dad," she whispered. His eyes fluttered open, still blue, still sharp despite the morphine haze. "Lainey." His voice cracked. "You look like hell." "Back at you." She managed a smile, pulling the visitor's chair closer. "Dr. Rashid says there's a new treatment option." "Expensive?" "Very." "Then no." His fingers tightened around hers with surprising strength. "I'm not letting you destroy yourself for a maybe. It's 73% effective. It's almost $2 million. He coughed, and Elena reached for the water cup, helping him sip through the straw. When he could breathe again, his gaze pinned her with the same intensity that used to catch her sneaking in past curfew. "I've had a good life. Great daughter. Honest work. I'm not afraid of what comes next." "Well, I am." The words broke free before she could stop them. "I'm terrified. And I'm not ready to lose you. So we're doing the treatment." "With what money?" Elena looked away, focusing on the Manhattan skyline through the window. Somewhere out there, people made impossible deals every day. Sold pieces of themselves for survival. The art world had taught her that everything had a price if you were desperate enough to pay it. "I'll figure it out," she said. Her father studied her for a long moment. "Then, what happened to that nice boy you were seeing? The art dealer?" "Nice." Elena's jaw clenched. Marcus Petrov had been nice right up until he'd sold her authentication of a supposed Vermeer sketch to a forger, pocketing $200,000 while she'd taken the fall. The gallery had fired her. The art world had whispered. Her reputation, built over 6 years of meticulous work, had shattered in 72 hours. Coincidentally, the same amount of time she now had to save her father's life. "We broke up," she said. "Good." "I never liked his handshake." Her father's eyes drifted closed. "Too soft. Man with a handshake like that's got something to hide." Elena sat with him until his breathing deepened into sleep, then kissed his forehead and escaped to the hallway. She made it to the elevator before the tears came, hot, furious, helpless. She swiped them away with angry strokes, jabbing the lobby button. 72 hours. $1.8 million. Impossible. The elevator doors opened on the ground floor, and Elena stepped into the lobby's controlled chaos. Visitors, patients, staff moving through the space like blood cells through an artery. She pulled out her phone, scrolling through her contacts. Her aunt in Boston, retired teacher, no money. Her college roommate, drowning in student loans. The museum director had made it clear Elena was lucky to still have a job after the authentication scandal. No options. No miracles. No. "Miss Morgan?" Elena turned. A man stood beside the visitor's lounge, mid-50s, expensive suit, the kind of polished anonymity that screamed corporate lawyer. He held a leather portfolio and an expression of professional sympathy. "I'm sorry?" Elena's hand tightened on her phone. "My name is Richard Castellano. I represent Cross Industries." He extended a business card, heavy stock, embossed lettering. "I wonder if you might have a few minutes to discuss a business opportunity." Every instinct screamed danger. Elena glanced at the security guard by the entrance, measuring distances. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Your father's medical situation. The experimental treatment at Johns Hopkins. The 72-hour deadline." Castellano's smile held no warmth. "My client has a proposal that might interest you." Elena's blood turned to ice. "You had me followed. My client is very thorough. And very generous to those who can help him." He gestured toward the lounge. 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking." She should have walked away. Should have called security, blocked his number, pretended this conversation had never happened. But her father's face flashed through her mind, gray-skinned, dying, and her feet carried her toward the lounge before her brain could override them. They sat in uncomfortable chairs beside a fake ficus. Castellano opened his portfolio, revealing a single document. Elena caught glimpses of legal language, dollar signs, the words marriage contract in bold at the top. "My client is Damien Cross," Castellano said. "You may have heard of him." Elena's mouth went dry. Everyone in New York had heard of Damien Cross. Real estate billionaire. Corporate raider. The man who'd turned Brooklyn waterfront warehouses into luxury condos and made a fortune while neighborhood activists screamed gentrification. The business journals called him a visionary. The tabloids called him a bastard. And somewhere online, buried in sealed court records, someone had called him something worse. "What does Damien Cross want with me?" Her voice came out steady despite the adrenaline screaming through her veins. "A wife." Castellano slid the document closer. "For 1 year. In exchange, he'll cover all medical expenses related to your father's treatment, including the Johns Hopkins Protocol. Plus $2 million upon successful completion of the contract term. The words didn't make sense. Elena read them again, then a third time. This is insane. It's business. Mr. Cross needs to fulfill the marriage requirement in his grandfather's will before his 39th birthday, 4 months from now. Without a wife, his inheritance transfers to a trust controlled by his business partners. He's chosen you as a suitable candidate. Suitable. The word tasted like poison. He doesn't even know me. He knows enough. Brooklyn Heights art curator. Clean background check. Desperate enough to agree but smart enough to handle the scrutiny. Castellano's expression remained neutral. The contract is straightforward. 1 year of marriage. Public appearances as required. Separate living arrangements if you prefer. No physical intimacy required, though. Stop. Elena stood, her chair scraping against linoleum. This is prostitution with a marriage license. It's a business arrangement between two consenting adults. Everything legal, everything documented. Castellano remained seated, unruffled. Your father gets his treatment. You get financial security. Mr. Cross gets his inheritance. Everyone wins. Except I sell a year of my life to a stranger. You sell a year of your life to save your father's. There's a difference. He pulled out a second card, this one with an address in Midtown. There's a gallery event tonight. The Castellane opening. Mr. Cross will be there. Talk to him. See if the reality matches the reputation. Then decide. Elena stared at the card. Castellane Gallery, where she used to authenticate pieces before Marcus had destroyed her credibility. Where she'd once belonged before the art world had marked her as damaged goods. Why me? She asked. He's a billionaire. He could have anyone. You'd have to ask him that. Castellano stood, closing his portfolio. But I suspect it's because you understand transactions. Value for value. No illusions about love or fairy tales. Just two people making a deal they can both survive. He left the card on the chair and walked away, his footsteps swallowed by the hospital's ambient noise. Elena stood frozen, staring at the embossed address until the letters blurred. 72 hours. $1.8 million. 1 year of her life. She picked up the card. The Castellane Gallery glowed like a jewel box on Fifth Avenue, all white walls and track lighting and Manhattan's art elite sipping champagne from crystal flutes. Elena stood on the sidewalk outside, wearing the black silk dress she'd saved for special occasions. Back when she'd had special occasions before the scandal had reduced her to catalog work and insurance appraisals. Through the glass she could see them, collectors, critics, dealers moving through the space with the practiced grace of people who belonged. She'd been one of them once. Before Marcus. Before everything. Are you going in or are you going to stand out here all night? Elena spun. A woman stood beside her, mid-30s, platinum bob, Chanel suit that probably cost more than Elena's monthly rent. Her smile held amusement and something sharper. I'm deciding, Elena said. About the gallery or about Damien Cross? The woman's smile widened at Elena's expression. Richard Castellano has a tell. He always uses the Castellane for his recruitment pitches. Something about neutral ground. She extended a hand. Vivian Laurent. I'm Cross Industries PR director. Which means if you sign that contract, we'll be working together. Elena didn't take the offered hand. Does everyone know about this? God, no. Just the inner circle. Damien's very private about his business arrangements. Vivian lowered her hand, unbothered by the rejection. But I'll give you some free advice. He's inside, northeast corner, pretending to care about abstract expressionism. If you're going to talk to him, do it now before Marcus Hale shows up and turns the whole thing into a pissing contest. Marcus Hale? Damien's former business partner. Current nemesis. Very interested in acquiring Cross Industries through some creative legal maneuvering involving that inheritance clause. Vivian's expression hardened. He's also the reason Damien needs a wife in the next 4 months instead of taking his time finding someone suitable. Elena's head spun. This is insane. Welcome to billionaire problems. Vivian gestured toward the gallery. Look, I don't know what Richard offered you and I don't care. But I've worked for Damien for 8 years. He's ruthless, he's controlling, and he's got more emotional walls than a maximum security prison. But he's also loyal to the people in his inner circle, and he keeps his promises. If he says he'll pay for your father's treatment, he will. The question is whether you can survive being married to him for a year. Before Elena could respond, Vivian walked into the gallery, leaving her alone on the sidewalk with her racing heart and terrible choices. 72 hours. 68 now. Elena pulled open the gallery door and stepped inside. The space smelled like expensive perfume and artistic ambition. She accepted a champagne flute from a passing waiter, more for something to hold than any desire to drink, and moved through the crowd with practiced invisibility. Northeast corner, Vivian had said. She found him beside a Rothko that probably cost 7 figures. Damien Cross stood with his back to the room, hands in his pockets, studying the painting with an intensity that suggested he actually saw it rather than just its price tag. He was taller than she'd expected from the business journal photos, 6'2", maybe 6'3", with dark hair and the kind of build that came from disciplined gym sessions, not vanity. His suit was bespoke, charcoal gray, cut to emphasize shoulders that could carry empires or crush them. Elena's mouth went dry. He turned before she could retreat, and his eyes locked on hers with the precision of a missile finding its target. Gray. Cold. Assessing. They catalogued her in 3 seconds. The dress, the champagne she wasn't drinking, the way her left hand clutched her purse like a lifeline. Miss Morgan. His voice matched his reputation. Dark, textured, the kind of sound that made boardrooms fall silent. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come. I'm still deciding if that would have been smarter. Elena lifted her chin, refusing to be intimidated. Your lawyer ambushed me at a hospital. Richard's efficient. It's why I pay him. Damien moved closer, and Elena caught the scent of cedar and something darker. Whiskey maybe, or just the smell of power. Did you read the contract? Enough to know it's insane. It's practical. I need a wife. You need money. We can help each other. You don't even know me. I know enough. His gaze dropped to her mouth, then back to her eyes. Elena Morgan. 28. Brooklyn Heights. Art curator specializing in authentication and provenance research. Destroyed by an ex-boyfriend who sold your work to a forger. Rebuilt your career through insurance appraisals and catalog documentation. Father's dying. No other options. No time. Hearing her life reduced to bullet points felt like being flayed. You had me investigated. Thoroughly. No apology. I don't make $2 million investments without due diligence. There was that word again. Investment. Elena set down her champagne with deliberate care. I'm not an investment. I'm a person. You're both. Damien's expression remained neutral, but something flickered in his eyes. Interest, maybe, or recognition. And you're strong enough to handle this arrangement. That's why I chose you. You chose me because I'm desperate. I chose you because you're a survivor. He pulled something from his pocket, a small velvet box that made Elena's heart kick against her ribs. The contract straightforward. 1 year. Public appearances as required. Private boundaries respected. Your father gets his treatment starting Friday morning. You get $2 million when the year ends. Everyone wins. Except I sell my freedom. You rent it? There's a difference. He opened the box, revealing a platinum ring with a single diamond. Simple. Elegant. Probably worth more than her father's brownstone. I'm not asking you to love me, Elena. I'm asking you to play a role convincingly enough that my business partners don't contest my grandfather's will. Can you do that? She should have said no. Should have walked away, found another solution, refused to sell herself like some Victorian heroine in A Penny Dreadful. But her father's face flashed through her mind, gray-skinned, dying, running out of time, and the word that came out was, yes. Damien's expression didn't change, but his eyes darkened with something that looked like satisfaction. Or possession. Then we have a deal. My lawyer will bring the contract to you tomorrow for signing. Midnight. My penthouse. Why midnight? His mouth curved, not quite a smile but something darker. Because that's when you'll be desperate enough to sign it without second-guessing yourself. The honesty was brutal and somehow more terrifying than any lie. Elena took the box from his hand, staring at the ring that would mark her as his for the next year. I want my father's treatment to start immediately. Before I sign anything. Already arranged. Dr. Rashid has my authorization. The hospital will confirm tomorrow morning. Damien leaned closer, his breath ghosting across her temple. I keep my promises, Elena. Remember that when you're tempted to run. I don't run. Good. Neither do I. He straightened, pulling a business card from his pocket. My address. Tomorrow. Midnight. Don't be late. Then he walked away, leaving her standing beside the Rothko with a ring box in her hand and the terrible certainty that she'd just agreed to marry the most dangerous man in Manhattan. Elena looked down at the ring, watching it catch the gallery lights and throw fractured rainbows across her palm. 72 hours. 48 now. She closed the box with a soft click that sounded like a trap snapping shut. Chapter 2: The Wedding Night. City Hall smelled like bureaucracy and other people's hopes. Elena stood beside Damien in the marriage bureau's austere waiting room, her hands folded in her lap to hide their trembling. The ring on her finger, platinum, diamond, impossible, caught the fluorescent light and threw small rainbows across the linoleum. Around them, other couples whispered and laughed, nervous and excited, clutching flowers and each other like talismans against an uncertain future. She and Damien hadn't spoken since entering the building 20 minutes ago. Cross. A clerk appeared in the doorway, clipboard in hand, expression professionally bored. "You're up." Damien stood in one fluid motion, buttoning his suit jacket, charcoal today, paired with a silver tie that probably cost more than the clerk's monthly salary. He extended his hand to Elena. Not a request. An expectation. She took it because refusing would draw attention, and the contract had been explicit about maintaining appearances. His palm was warm, his grip firm without being controlling. He led her through the doorway into a small office where a judge waited behind a desk cluttered with paperwork and a wilting potted plant. "Mr. Cross, Miss Morgan." The judge, 60s, kind eyes, wedding band worn thin, gestured to the chairs facing her desk. "I understand you've already completed the license application?" "Yes, Your Honor." Damien's voice held the same cool professionalism he'd used at the gallery. "Everything should be in order." The judge scanned the documents, nodding occasionally. Elena focused on breathing. In through her nose, out through her mouth. The technique Dr. Rashid had taught her father for managing pain. It wasn't working. "Any witnesses?" the judge asked. "Outside." Damien pulled out his phone, typing something quickly. 30 seconds later, the door opened to admit Richard Castellano and Vivian Laurent. The lawyer looked professionally neutral. The PR director offered Elena a small, sympathetic smile that somehow made everything worse. This was happening. Actually happening. "All right then." The judge stood, smoothing her robes. "Let's make this official." The ceremony took 4 minutes. 4 minutes to recite words that bound her to a stranger for the next year. 4 minutes of "I do," and "lawfully wedded," and the judge's voice droning through legal obligations while Elena's heart hammered against her ribs like something trying to escape. When it was over, Damien slid a second ring onto her finger, a wedding band that fit perfectly against the engagement ring, because of course he'd had it sized without asking. Then the judge said, "You may kiss the bride," and Elena's stomach dropped. Damien's hand curved around her jaw, tilting her face up. His eyes held hers for one long moment, gray and unreadable and somehow hungry despite their coldness. Then he leaned in and pressed his mouth to hers. The kiss was brief, just absolutely appropriate for a city hall wedding. It also burned like a brand. When he pulled back, Elena's lips tingled and her breath had gone shallow. Damien's thumb stroked once across her cheekbone, a gesture that might have looked tender to anyone watching but felt like ownership, before he released her and turned to shake the judge's hand. "Congratulations," the judge said, handing Damien the marriage certificate. "I hope you'll be very happy together." Elena managed a smile that felt like shattered glass. The photographers were waiting outside. Elena registered them in snapshots. Telephoto lenses, rapid-fire shutters, voices shouting questions that blurred into white noise. Damien's hand settled at the small of her back, possessive, guiding, and the touch seared through the silk of her dress like he'd branded her spine. "Smile," he murmured against her ear. "You're madly in love with me." She smiled. Let him guide her down the steps toward the waiting town car. Ignored the questions about how they'd met, when he'd proposed, whether this was related to his grandfather's will. The PR training Vivian had given her yesterday kicked in. Don't engage, don't deny, just smile and let Damien handle the narrative. The car door closed behind them with a heavy thunk that muffled the chaos outside. Elena sagged against the leather seat, her smile dissolving. "You did well," Damien said. "I feel like I'm going to vomit." "Don't. This upholstery's custom." He pulled out his phone, already scrolling through what looked like emails. Dismissing her. Moving on to the next item on his agenda now that he'd checked, acquire wife, off his list. Elena stared out the window as Manhattan blurred past. Tourists and taxis and people living normal lives where they didn't sell themselves to billionaires for medical bills. Her phone buzzed. A text from the hospital. Treatment initiated. Patient stable. Dr. Rashid will call with update this evening. Her father was getting his chance. That was what mattered. That was why she'd signed the contract at midnight 2 days ago, hands shaking as she'd read through the clinical terms one final time before putting pen to paper. That was why she'd stood in City Hall and promised to love and cherish a man who'd made it clear this was a transaction, not a romance. "We're going to the penthouse," Damien said, still focused on his phone. "Your things were moved in this morning. Vivian will brief you on next week's schedule. There's a charity gala on Thursday, dinner with my business partners on Saturday. I have work. You quit yesterday. Or rather, I had Richard negotiate a year's sabbatical with the museum board. But you'll have your position back when the contract ends." Elena's hands clenched in her lap. "You didn't ask me. The contract gives me authority over schedule conflicts that might compromise the arrangement's credibility. You working 3 jobs while living in my penthouse would raise questions." He finally looked up, his gaze cataloging her expression with clinical precision. "Consider it a gift. You've been exhausted for years. Now you can rest." "I don't want to rest. I want my life back." "You'll have it. In 1 year." He returned to his phone, the conversation clearly over in his mind. The car pulled up to a building in Tribeca, all glass and steel and the kind of architectural arrogance that screamed money. A doorman opened Elena's door, offering his hand. She took it, stepping onto the sidewalk in her City Hall dress and new wedding rings, feeling like an actress who'd wandered onto the wrong set. Damien's hand found her back again as they entered the lobby. Marble floors. Modern art that was probably worth more than her father's medical bills. A private elevator that required a key card. Everything designed to remind visitors that they were entering a world where normal rules didn't apply. The elevator climbed in silence. Elena watched the floor numbers tick upward, 20, 30, 40, until they reached the penthouse level and the doors opened directly into Damien's home. The space was exactly what she'd expected and somehow worse. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Manhattan, minimalist furniture in grays and blacks, art that belonged in museums hanging on walls that probably cost more per square foot than most people's houses. Everything expensive. Everything controlled. Everything reflecting the man who owned it. Kitchens through there. Damien gestured vaguely while shrugging out of his suit jacket. "Master suites upstairs. Guest rooms are on this level. Vivian, put your things in the blue room at the end of the hall. Where you assume I'll sleep." He draped his jacket over a chair, loosening his tie with efficient movements. "Where the contract says you have the option to sleep." He crossed to a bar cart, pulling out a crystal decanter. "Whiskey? It's 2 in the afternoon. We just got married. I think that warrants a drink." He poured 2 glasses, neat, generous pours, and carried one to her. "To business arrangements." Elena took the glass. The crystal was heavy, expensive, the kind of object that belonged in her world only as something to authenticate and appraise, not use. "To survival." Damien's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "That too." The whiskey burned going down, smoky and complex and probably older than she was. Elena set the glass on the nearest surface, a side table that was definitely an original Nakashima, and turned to face him directly. "I need the rules," she said. "The real ones, not the contract's sanitized version. What do you actually expect from me?" Damien studied her over the rim of his glass, gray eyes unreadable. "Public appearances as required. Convincing affection when we're being watched. No contradicting the narrative that we're a legitimate couple. And in private? In private, you're free to hate me as much as you want." He set down his glass, moving closer with the predatory grace she'd noticed at the gallery. "But understand something, Elena, I don't share space well. This is my home. You're living in it now. That means I'm going to be aware of you constantly. Where you are, what you're doing, whether you're sleeping or awake." That sounds like stalking. "It's territorial." He stopped just outside her personal space, not touching but consuming the air between them. "I'm telling you now so you're not surprised when I show up in the kitchen at 2 a.m. because I heard you moving around. Or when I ask why you were on the phone for 40 minutes. Or when I notice you haven't eaten dinner." Elena's pulse kicked. "The contract says separate bedrooms. Separate lives. It says separate bedrooms. Doesn't say I won't notice everything about you." His voice dropped lower, intimate and dangerous. "I'm very good at noticing things, Elena. It's how I built my company. How I identify weaknesses in my competitors. How I knew you'd sign that contract despite every instinct telling you to run. You knew because you made sure I had no other choice. I knew because I recognized something in you." He lifted his hand and Elena's breath caught, but he only tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, his fingers barely grazing her skin. "You're a survivor. You do what needs to be done even when it costs you. That's why I chose you." "Stop saying that. You chose me because I was desperate." I chose you because you're strong enough to survive being married to me. His hand dropped, but he didn't step back. Most people can't. My business partners' wives smile at charity galas and plan fundraisers and have affairs with their tennis instructors because their husbands bore them. You won't do that. How do you know? Because you understand transactions. Value for value. You won't cheat because the contract forbids it, and you honor your agreements. His eyes held hers with uncomfortable intensity. But more than that, you won't cheat because you're not interested in easy escapes. You face your problems head-on, even when they're 6'3" and watching you like they want to consume you. Heat crawled up Elena's neck. You're very sure of yourself. I'm sure of what I saw when I kissed you at City Hall. His gaze dropped to her mouth. You felt it too. That pull. That curiosity about what would happen if we stopped pretending this is purely business. Elena's heart hammered. The contract says no physical intimacy required. Doesn't say prohibited. He leaned closer, his breath ghosting across her temple. I told you at the signing, I don't force and I don't coerce. But I also don't lie about what I want. And I want you in my bed, Elena. Not because the contract says so. Because I haven't been able to stop thinking about you since I watched you sign your name at midnight. She should have stepped back. Should have retreated to the guest room and locked the door and spent the next year avoiding him except for required public appearances. But something reckless stirred in her chest. Anger, maybe, or defiance, or the terrible curiosity he'd named. What happened with Marcus Hale? She asked instead. Your former business partner. Vivian said he's trying to acquire your company. Damien's expression shuddered immediately, going cold and remote. That's not your concern. I'm your wife now. Legally. That makes your enemies my problem. You're my wife on paper. That makes you a target, not a confidant. He stepped back, the intimacy dissolving like it had never existed. Marcus is handled. You don't need to worry about him. Except Vivian said he'll be at the charity gala on Thursday. Vivian talks too much. Damien picked up his whiskey, draining it in one swallow. Marcus will be there. You'll smile, play the devoted wife, and let me handle any conversation. That's all you need to know. Elena's jaw clenched. I'm not a prop. No. You're an investment. And I protect my investments. His voice held finality, the same tone she'd heard him use with his lawyer. Discussion over. Your things are in the blue room. Unpack. Rest. We have dinner with my grandfather tomorrow night. He'll want to meet you before the news breaks publicly. The news already broke. There were photographers at City Hall. Controlled leak. Vivian's handling the narrative. He moved toward the stairs, dismissing her. Dinner's at 7. Wear something elegant but not flashy. My grandfather's old-fashioned about women's fashion. Does he know this is a business arrangement? Damien paused on the third step, looking back with an expression that might have been amusement or contempt. He knows I needed a wife to secure my inheritance. He doesn't care why you agreed. He only cares that you're convincing. His gaze raked over her, clinical and assessing. You will be convincing, won't you, Elena? It wasn't a question. It was a command. Elena lifted her chin. I signed the contract. I'll play my part. Good. He continued up the stairs, his footsteps silent on the hardwood. Because if you don't, Marcus wins. And if Marcus wins, I lose everything I've built. Including my ability to pay for your father's treatment. The threat hung in the air like smoke. Elena stood frozen in the living room, surrounded by expensive furniture and million-dollar views, understanding with crystalline clarity that she'd just sold herself to a man who saw her as a chess piece in a game she didn't understand. Her phone buzzed. Another text from the hospital. First treatment session complete. Patient responded well. Vitals stable. Her father was alive. Getting stronger. That was what mattered. Elena found the blue room at the end of the hall, tastefully decorated in shades of gray and cream, with a king bed and an ensuite bathroom that was bigger than her old apartment's entire bedroom. Her clothes hung in the closet, looking shabby and out of place among the expensive empty space. Her books were stacked on the nightstand. Her laptop sat on the desk by the window. Everything she owned, transplanted into Damien Cross's world like specimens in a museum display. Elena sat on the bed, still wearing her City Hall dress, and stared at the rings on her finger until the diamonds blurred. 1 year. She could survive 1 year of anything. Even this. She woke to darkness and the sound of movement in the kitchen. Elena lay still, disoriented, her body confused about where she was until memory crashed back. Penthouse, marriage, contract. The bedside clock read 2:47 a.m. She'd fallen asleep in her dress sometime around 6, exhausted from adrenaline crash and the weight of impossible decisions. The kitchen sounds continued, cabinet opening, water running, the soft clink of glass on granite. I'm going to be aware of you constantly, Damien had said. Where you are, what you're doing, whether you're sleeping or awake. Elena sat up, her dress wrinkled and uncomfortable. She should stay in bed. Should establish boundaries by refusing to engage with his territorial awareness. Her stomach growled loud in the quiet room. She hadn't eaten since yesterday morning. Elena changed into leggings and a sweater, her own clothes comfortable and worn, and padded barefoot down the hallway. The penthouse was dark except for under-cabinet lighting in the kitchen, where Damien stood at the island with a glass of water and his laptop open. He'd changed too, black t-shirt, gray sweatpants, bare feet. The casual clothes should have made him less intimidating. Instead, they revealed the body he usually hid under bespoke suits. Broad shoulders, defined arms, the kind of physique that came from disciplined effort rather than vanity. He looked up when she entered, unsurprised. Hungry? How did you? Elena stopped. You heard me moving around. Told you. I'm aware. He closed his laptop, gesturing to the refrigerator. There's food. Vivian stocked it with things she thought you'd like. She's disturbingly good at profiling people. Elena opened the refrigerator to find it packed with groceries. Fresh vegetables, good cheese, the specific brand of yogurt she bought at her local bodega. Vivian had been thorough. And invasive. I can make something, Damien said. If you want. Elena turned, surprised. You cook. I live alone. I either cook or eat takeout every night. He moved to the stove, pulling out a pan with efficient movements. Omelet okay? You don't have to. You haven't eaten in 24 hours. You're going to pass out if you don't get food in you, and I'd rather not explain to the hospital why my wife collapsed from malnutrition 12 hours after our wedding. He cracked eggs into a bowl, whisking with practiced ease. Sit. Elena sat at the island watching him work. His movements were precise, controlled, no wasted motion. He chopped vegetables with the same focus he probably brought to board meetings and corporate takeovers. You didn't eat either, she observed. I ate at 4. This morning? Yesterday afternoon. Before the wedding. He poured the eggs into the heated pan, tilting it to distribute them evenly. I don't eat much when I'm working. What were you working on at 2 in the morning? Marcus Hale's acquisition attempt. He's filed 3 separate motions challenging my grandfather's will. All bullshit, but they tie up resources and create uncertainty. Damien added cheese and vegetables, folding the omelet with professional skill. He's trying to force me into a position where I have to choose between fighting him legally or securing the inheritance. He assumes I'll choose the inheritance and leave myself vulnerable to his other attacks. What are you going to do? Both. He slid the omelet onto a plate, adding toast from the toaster. I don't choose. I win on all fronts or I don't play. He set the plate in front of her, along with silverware and a napkin. Eat. The omelet was perfect, fluffy, well-seasoned, better than anything Elena could have made. She took a bite and her empty stomach cramped with gratitude. Damien watched her eat while making his own omelet. The silence should have been awkward. Instead, it felt strangely comfortable, 2 people sharing space at 3 a.m., too tired for performance or pretense. Your father called, Damien said eventually. Around 9. I gave him this number since you were asleep. Elena's fork paused halfway to her mouth. What did he say? Asked if I was treating you well. Told me he'd break my legs if I hurt you, medical condition be damned. Damien's mouth curved slightly. I liked him. He doesn't know about the contract. I assumed. He flipped his omelet with a practiced flick of the wrist. What did you tell him? About us. That we met at a gallery event. That it was fast but felt right. The lies tasted bitter. He was happy. Said it was about time I found someone who appreciated me. He's not wrong. Elena looked up sharply. Damien's expression remained neutral, but something moved behind his eyes, that same hunger she'd seen at City Hall, carefully controlled but present. You don't appreciate me, she said. You acquired me. I can do both. He plated his omelet and sat across from her at the island. You're useful, Elena. Smart. Resilient. Good at reading people and situations. Those are appreciable qualities. You make me sound like an employee. You are an employee. For the next year, your job is being my wife. He took a bite of his omelet, chewing thoughtfully. But that doesn't mean I can't appreciate the person I hired. The logic was twisted but somehow honest. Elena finished her omelet in silence, hyper-aware of Damien's presence across from her, The way he ate with the same controlled precision he brought to everything, the way his eyes tracked her movements even while he seemed focused on his food. "Why midnight?" she asked suddenly. "For the contract signing. You said I'd be desperate enough by midnight, but you could have had me sign at the hospital. Or the gallery. Why wait?" Damien set down his fork, studying her with uncomfortable intensity. "Because I wanted you to have time to change your mind. That doesn't make sense. You needed me desperate. I needed you willing. There's a difference." He stood, carrying his plate to the sink. "If you'd signed at the hospital, you would have spent the next year resenting me for exploiting your lowest moment. If you'd signed at the gallery, you would have convinced yourself you had other options. But midnight, after you'd spent the day researching me, reading the contract, weighing every alternative, that's when you'd sign knowing exactly what you were agreeing to. So you could avoid guilt? So you couldn't claim coercion later." He rinsed his plate with methodical care. "I don't force, Elena. Ever. That means giving you enough information and time to make a real choice, even if the choice is between bad options." Elena carried her own plate to the sink, standing beside him in the narrow galley space. "The court record I found. The sealed case. Was that about coercion?" His hands stilled in the soapy water. "You really did your research. You had me investigated. I returned the favor. Fair." He resumed rinsing, but tension had entered his shoulders. "The case was bullshit. A business deal that went bad. The other party claimed I'd manipulated them into signing unfavorable terms. Judge dismissed it, sealed the record to protect both parties' reputations. But it bothered you enough that you're careful about consent now. It bothered me enough that I learned the difference between winning and destroying." He turned off the water, drying his hands on a towel with sharp movements. "I was 28. Arrogant. Convinced that being smarter than everyone else meant I deserved to win. I didn't care who got hurt as long as I came out on top. What changed? I won. And then I had to live with what winning cost." His eyes met hers, gray and bleak. The plaintiff in that case, she lost everything. Her family's business, her father's legacy, her own stability. She ended up in a psychiatric facility for 6 months. And I told myself it wasn't my fault, that she should have read the contract more carefully, that business was business. But you didn't believe it. No. He hung up the towel with deliberate care. "So now I make sure people know exactly what they're signing. I give them time. I don't exploit desperation even when it would be easier. And I live with the fact that I'm still a bastard, just a more careful one." The honesty was brutal and somehow made him more dangerous, not less. Elena understood with sudden clarity that Damien Cross wasn't a villain in a simple story. He was something more complicated, a man who'd learned to control his worst impulses but couldn't quite escape them. "Marcus Hale," she said. "He was involved in that case, wasn't he?" Damien's expression went cold. "Go to bed, Elena. You brought it up. You don't get to shut down now. I get to shut down whenever I want. It's my house." But he didn't move, didn't retreat. Just stood there with his arms crossed, radiating tension. "Yes, Marcus was involved. He was my partner at the time. He's the one who suggested the terms that destroyed that family's business. And when the lawsuit came, he let me take the fall alone while he positioned himself as the reasonable partner who tried to stop me. So this whole thing, the inheritance, the marriage requirement, his acquisition attempt, it's revenge? It's business. Marcus wants my company. I won't let him have it." Damien's jaw clenched. "But yes, there's history. And yes, he'll use you to get to me if he can. That's why you need to be careful around him. Smile, play your part, but don't engage beyond what's required. What if he approaches me privately? Then you tell me immediately." He moved closer and Elena's back hit the counter. "I'm serious, Elena. Marcus is dangerous. He doesn't care who he hurts as long as he wins. And right now, you're the most visible weakness in my armor. Because I'm your wife. Because I chose you." His hand came up, cupping her jaw with surprising gentleness. "He'll see that as leverage. He'll try to turn you against me or use you to extract information. Don't let him." Elena's pulse hammered where his thumb rested against her throat. "Why would I help you? You bought me like a—" "Don't finish that sentence." His voice dropped to something dark and dangerous. "I hired you for a job. I'm paying you extremely well. But I also chose you specifically, Elena. Out of everyone I could have approached, every desperate person in this city who would have signed that contract, I chose you. And Marcus will figure out why if you give him the chance." "Why did you choose me?" His thumb stroked once across her cheekbone, the same gesture from City Hall, possessive and careful. Because I've been watching you for 6 months. Since before your father got sick. Since before Marcus's latest acquisition attempt. I saw you at a gallery authentication and I couldn't stop thinking about the way you handled a forgery accusation. Calm, methodical, refusing to be intimidated even when the collector threatened to sue. His eyes held hers with uncomfortable intensity. You were magnificent. And I wanted that magnificence in my life even if I had to buy it. Elena's breath caught. That's honest. He released her jaw, stepping back. I don't lie, remember? Not about things that matter. Now go to bed. We have dinner with my grandfather tomorrow, and you need to be rested enough to be convincing. He walked away before she could respond, disappearing up the stairs to the master suite. Elena stood in the kitchen, her face still warm from his touch, her mind spinning with everything he'd revealed and everything he'd kept hidden. She returned to the blue room and lay awake until dawn, staring at the ceiling and trying not to think about the fact that she'd just learned her husband had been watching her for months before he'd made his offer. Trying not to think about what that meant. Trying not to wonder what else he'd noticed during all that careful observation. And failing completely. Chapter 3, The First Renegotiation. The penthouse had a rhythm Elena was learning to hate. 6 days into the marriage and she could track Damien's movements by sound alone. Espresso machine at 5:47 a.m., shower running at 6:15, his footsteps on the stairs at 6:45 as he left for the office. Then silence until he returned around 8, bringing the smell of Manhattan, exhaust and ambition and expensive cologne worn thin by 14-hour days. She'd stayed in the blue room every night. He hadn't commented. Thursday morning, Elena stood at the penthouse windows watching the city wake up, coffee cooling in her hands. Her phone showed 3 missed calls from her father. She'd talk to him later after she'd practiced lying about marital bliss, and a text from Vivian, car picks you up at 6. Gala starts at 7. Valentino dress is in your closet. Don't be late. The charity gala. First major public appearance since City Hall. Elena's stomach clenched. You're up early. She turned to find Damien on the stairs, already dressed in a charcoal suit that probably cost more than her old monthly rent. His tie was unknotted, hanging loose around his collar, the only concession to the early hour. Couldn't sleep, she said. Nervous about tonight? Should I be? He crossed to the espresso machine, movements automatic. Marcus will be there. So will half of Manhattan's elite, all of them curious about my sudden marriage. You'll be scrutinized, photographed, and probably cornered by at least 3 society reporters asking invasive questions about how we met. Vivian already briefed me. Gallery event, immediate connection, whirlwind romance. The lies tasted stale even in rehearsal. Good. He pulled a double shot, drinking it black and too hot. Stick to that story. Don't elaborate. If Marcus approaches, smile and defer to me. You've mentioned Marcus 6 times in the past week. What exactly did he do to you? Damien's expression shuddered. Nothing you need to worry about. I'm your wife. That makes it my concern. You're my wife on paper. That makes it my problem to handle. He set down his cup with controlled force. Tonight you play the devoted spouse. That's all. Elena's jaw clenched. I'm not a prop. No. You're an investment I'm protecting. He moved toward the door, grabbing his briefcase. Car picks you up at 6. Don't be late. Then he was gone, leaving her alone with cold coffee and the growing certainty that she'd signed a contract with a man who had no intention of treating her like a partner. The Valentino dress was a work of art, midnight blue silk that clung to her curves before falling in an elegant column to the floor. Vivian had included shoes, jewelry, even the specific shade of lipstick that would photograph well. Everything coordinated. Everything controlled. Everything designed to make Elena look like she belonged at Damien Cross's side. She studied herself in the mirror, barely recognizing the woman staring back. This wasn't Elena Morgan, Brooklyn Heights art curator. This was Mrs. Cross, billionaire's wife, playing a role she'd sold herself into for medical bills and desperation. Her phone buzzed. Damien, car's downstairs. I'm already at the venue. Vivian will meet you at the entrance. No, you look beautiful. No, see you soon. Just logistics and expectations. Elena grabbed the clutch Vivian had provided and headed downstairs. The plaza's grand ballroom glittered like a jewelry box. Crystal chandeliers, gilt molding, Manhattan's wealthiest citizens in designer gowns and bespoke tuxedos. Elena stepped inside on Vivian's arm, hyper-aware of the attention that turned toward her like flowers tracking the sun. Smile, Vivian murmured. You're madly in love and thrilled to be here. Elena smiled. Let Vivian guide her through the crowd toward where Damien stood with a group of men in expensive suits. He looked up as they approached and something flickered in his eyes, heat, possession, approval, before his expression smoothed into public neutrality. Gentlemen, my wife. He extended his hand and Elena took it, letting him draw her against his side. His palm settled at the small of her back, warm through the silk. Elena, these are my business partners. David Chin, Robert Castellane, and Marcus Hale. Marcus Hale stepped forward with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Mid-40s, silver at his temples, handsome in the way of men who'd learned to weaponize charm. Mrs. Cross. What a pleasure. Damien's been keeping you hidden. We've been enjoying our privacy. Elena kept her voice warm, professional. Damien's hand tightened fractionally against her back. Warning or approval, she couldn't tell. I'm sure. Marcus's gaze raked over her with uncomfortable thoroughness. You're an art curator, I understand? Brooklyn Museum? I'm on sabbatical currently. How convenient. Just in time for Damien's inheritance deadline. His smile sharpened. Quite the whirlwind romance. When you know, you know. Damien's voice held an edge that made the other men shift uncomfortably. If you'll excuse us, I promised Elena a dance. He guided her toward the dance floor before Marcus could respond, his hand never leaving her back. When they reached the parquet, he turned her into his arms with practiced ease, one hand at her waist, the other capturing hers. You handled that well, he said as they began to move. He thinks I'm a gold digger. He thinks you're leverage. Damien's eyes tracked something over her shoulder. Marcus, probably watching from the sidelines. Which you are. But not the way he assumes. What does that mean? It means Marcus sees you as a weakness he can exploit. He doesn't understand that I chose you specifically because you can't be exploited. His hand flexed against her waist, drawing her incrementally closer. You're too smart for his usual tactics. What are his usual tactics? Seduction. Bribery. Threats disguised as friendly advice. Damien's gaze returned to her face, intense and assessing. He'll approach you privately at some point tonight. Probably in the next hour when I'm occupied with other conversations. He'll be charming. He'll express concern about how quickly we married. He'll suggest that I have ulterior motives. Don't you? His mouth curved, not quite a smile. Yes. But they're not the ones he'll suggest. Marcus will imply I'm using you, manipulating you, that you should be careful. He'll offer to help if you ever need it. And then he'll wait for you to come to him with information. Why are you telling me this? Because I don't want you surprised when it happens. He spun her smoothly through a turn, and Elena caught a glimpse of Marcus still watching them, his expression calculating. And because I want you to understand what you're walking into if you engage with him beyond basic courtesy. The music swelled, and Damien pulled her closer, close enough that she could smell cedar and whiskey, feel the heat of his body through their clothes. This close, she could see the tension in his jaw, the way his eyes tracked every movement in the room even while holding her gaze. You're always watching, she said. Everyone. Everything. It's how I stay ahead. It must be exhausting. Something flickered across his face, surprise maybe or recognition. Yes. The honesty startled her. Elena studied him, really looked at him, and saw past the controlled exterior to the man beneath. Driven, isolated, carrying the weight of an empire and a past he couldn't quite escape. What happened with that business deal? She asked. The one that put someone in a psychiatric facility. You said it changed you but you never explained how. Damien's expression shuddered immediately. This isn't the place. Then when? You keep telling me about Marcus, about threats and leverage, but you won't tell me the history that started it all. Because it's not relevant. It's completely relevant. You chose me because of what happened in that deal. You're careful about consent now because of what you did then. And Marcus is circling because he knows it's your weak point. She held his gaze, refusing to back down. If I'm supposed to play this role convincingly, I need to understand the game. The music ended. Damien released her, stepping back with controlled precision. You need to understand your part. That's all. My part is being your wife. That means understanding your enemies. Your part is smiling and looking devoted. His voice dropped, dangerous and cold. Don't confuse the contract with partnership, Elena. I hired you for a job. That doesn't entitle you to my history. The words stung more than they should have. Elena lifted her chin. Fine. Then I'll get a drink and play my part. Alone. She turned and walked away, hyper-aware of his gaze following her across the ballroom. Her hands shook as she accepted champagne from a passing waiter, the crystal flute cold against her palm. Trouble in paradise already? Elena turned to find Marcus Hale beside her, holding his own champagne and wearing that same calculated smile. Up close, he was handsomer than she'd realized, sharp cheekbones, gray eyes that were lighter than Damien's, almost silver in the chandelier light. Just a disagreement about the music selection, Elena said lightly. I prefer jazz. He prefers classical. How very symbolic. Marcus sipped his champagne, studying her with uncomfortable intensity. I've known Damien for 15 years. Business partners, friends once upon a time. And I've never seen him look at anyone the way he looks at you. We're married. That's generally how husbands look at wives. Is it? He moved closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Because from where I'm standing, it looks more like possession than affection. Like he's tracking an asset rather than admiring his bride. Elena's pulse kicked. I don't know what you're implying. I'm not implying anything. I'm observing. Marcus's smile turned sympathetic. Look, I understand the appeal. Damien's brilliant, wealthy, commanding. Women have been throwing themselves at him for years. But there's a reason none of those relationships lasted, Elena. He doesn't let people in. He acquires them. That's quite an accusation about your business partner. Former partner. And it's not an accusation, it's experience. He gestured subtly toward where Damien stood with David Chin, deep in conversation but with his gaze still tracking Elena across the room. See how he's watching you even now? That's not love. That's control. He needs to know where you are, what you're doing, who you're talking to. It's how he operates. I'm going to be aware of you constantly, Damien had said. At the time, Elena had interpreted it as territorial honesty. Now, filtered through Marcus's words, it sounded like surveillance. Why are you telling me this? She asked. Because I remember the last time Damien acquired someone he thought could help him. Marcus's expression darkened. Her name was Sophia Castellane, Robert's daughter. Brilliant young woman, fresh out of business school, eager to prove herself. Damien brought her into a deal, said he needed her expertise, her connections. She trusted him. Elena's stomach clenched. What happened? The deal went through. Damien got what he needed. And Sophia's family lost everything because the terms Damien had her negotiate destroyed their company from the inside. Marcus's voice dropped. She blamed herself. Spent 6 months in a psychiatric facility. She's recovered now, living in Paris, but she won't speak Damien's name. The sealed court record. The redacted plaintiff. Sophia Castellane. That case was dismissed, Elena said, but her voice lacked conviction. Because Damien's lawyers are excellent and Robert didn't want to destroy his daughter's reputation further by pursuing it. Marcus touched her elbow gently, his expression earnest. I'm not trying to scare you, Elena. I'm trying to warn you. Damien doesn't form relationships. He forms arrangements. And when those arrangements stop serving his purpose, he walks away without looking back. Like you did. The words came out sharper than intended. When that lawsuit happened, you let him take the fall alone. Sounds like partnership to me. Marcus's expression flickered, surprise then respect. He told you about that? Enough. Then he probably didn't mention that I tried to stop him. That I argued against those contract terms, that I went to Robert privately to warn him. Damien overruled me. And when everything collapsed, he blamed me for not fighting harder. Marcus's jaw clenched. So yes, I stepped back. Because I learned that trying to save Damien Cross from himself is a losing game. Elena's head spun. 2 versions of the same story, both plausible, both designed to position the teller as victim or hero. She didn't know what to believe. Why are you really here? She asked. Why approach me specifically? Because I don't want to see another person destroyed by Damien's ambition. Marcus pulled a business card from his pocket, pressing it into her hand. My private number. If you ever need help, information, resources, or just someone who understands what it's like to be in Damien's orbit, call me. No strings attached. He walked away before she could respond, leaving her standing alone with his card burning against her palm like evidence of betrayal. Elena looked across the ballroom to where Damien still stood with David Chin. As if sensing her gaze, he looked up, his eyes locking on hers with laser focus. Then his gaze dropped to her hand, to the business card she held, and his expression went cold. He excused himself from the conversation and crossed the ballroom with predatory purpose, his stride eating up the distance between them. When he reached her, his hand closed around her elbow, gentle but immovable. We're leaving, he said. The gala just started. Now, Elena. His voice held no room for argument. He guided her through the crowd with practiced efficiency, nodding at acquaintances but not stopping, his hand never leaving her elbow. Vivian materialized beside them as they reached the entrance. "Problem?" she asked. Marcus approached her. "We're done for the night." Damien's jaw was tight enough to crack teeth. "Spin it however you need to. Newlyweds leaving early. Got it?" Vivian's gaze flicked to Elena with something that might have been sympathy before she melted back into the crowd. The town car was waiting. Damien held the door and Elena slid inside, her heart hammering. He followed, closing them into the leather-scented dimness. The car pulled away from the plaza, heading back toward Tribeca. Silence stretched between them like a blade. "Give me the card," Damien finally said. Elena's hand tightened around it. "No. Elena. He gave it to me. That makes it mine." She met his gaze in the passing streetlights. "Unless the contract says otherwise?" His eyes were titanium gray and furious. "What did he tell you?" "That you acquire people. Use them. Destroy them when they stop being useful." She watched his reaction carefully. "He told me about Sophia Castellane." Damien's expression went completely blank, the kind of blank that meant every emotion had been locked down so tightly nothing could escape. "And you believed him?" "I don't know what to believe." "You won't tell me your version." "Because my version doesn't matter. Marcus will twist anything I say into proof of manipulation." He looked away, staring out the window at Manhattan sliding past. "He's good at that. Taking truth and poisoning it until you can't tell what's real anymore. Then give me the truth. Unpoisoned. Let me decide what to believe." "What? So you can use it against me later? So you have ammunition when you decide the contract isn't worth it?" His voice was harsh, bitter. "I told you, I don't do partnerships. I do arrangements. And this arrangement doesn't include sharing my past mistakes with someone who's counting down the days until she can leave." The words hit like a slap. Elena's throat tightened. "You're the one who made this transactional. You're the one who wrote the contract with an end date and called me an investment. Because that's what keeps us both safe." He turned back to her, and the intensity in his eyes made her breath catch. "You want the truth? Fine. Yes, I destroyed Sophia Castellane's family business. Yes, she ended up in a psychiatric facility. And yes, I blamed myself enough that I changed everything about how I operate. But here's what Marcus didn't tell you. Sophia's father was embezzling from his own company. The deal I structured would have saved the business if Robert had been honest about the finances. Instead, he used his daughter to hide his fraud, and when everything collapsed, he let her take the psychological damage while he walked away clean." Elena's stomach dropped. Marcus said what serves his narrative. That I'm a monster who destroys people. That you should be afraid of me. That he's the hero offering rescue." Damien's laugh was sharp and humorless. "He's been playing that game for 5 years, ever since I refused to let him use my company to hide his own financial manipulations. This isn't about protecting you, Elena. It's about hurting me. And you're the most visible weapon he has." The car pulled up to the building. Damien exited without waiting for her, his movements sharp with barely contained fury. Elena followed, her mind spinning with competing versions of truth. They rode the elevator in silence. When they reached the penthouse, Damien went straight to the bar cart, pouring whiskey with hands that shook fractionally, the only sign that his control was fracturing. "I need to know what to believe," Elena said. "Believe the contract. Believe that I'll keep my promises. Believe that your father's treatment continues regardless of what Marcus says or does." He drained half the whiskey in one swallow. "Everything else is irrelevant." "It's not irrelevant. You chose me specifically. You've been watching me for months. You said I was magnificent and you wanted that in your life." Elena moved closer, her heels clicking against hardwood. "That's not transactional. That's personal. And if this is personal, then I need to understand who you really are." Damien set down his glass with controlled force. "You want to know who I am? I'm the man who destroyed a woman's mental health because I was too arrogant to see past the deal. I'm the man who lost his best friend because I couldn't admit I was wrong. I'm the man who's been alone for 5 years because everyone who gets close eventually realizes I'm better at building empires than relationships." His eyes held hers, bleak and honest. "That's who you married, Elena. A bastard who's learned to control his worst impulses but can't quite escape them." The confession hung between them like smoke. Elena studied him, this complicated, damaged man who'd bought her for an inheritance but looked at her like she was the only real thing in his manufactured world. "Marcus said you don't let people in," she said quietly. "That you acquire them instead. He's not wrong. But you let me see this. The anger, the guilt, The fear that you're still the same person who hurt Sophia Castellane. Elena took another step closer. That's not acquisition. That's vulnerability. It's strategy. Controlled revelation to maintain your cooperation. But his voice lacked conviction. Is it? She was close enough now to see the tension in his jaw, the way his hands gripped the bar cart like it was the only thing keeping him anchored. Because it feels like you're terrified I'll believe Marcus and leave. And that terror isn't about losing an investment, it's about losing something you didn't expect to want. Don't. The word came out rough, almost desperate. Don't make this into something it's not. What is it then? A business arrangement that's gotten complicated because I made the mistake of choosing someone I actually... He stopped, his expression shuddering. It doesn't matter. Someone you actually what? Elena's heart hammered. Care about? What? Can't stop thinking about? All of the above. The admission seemed torn from him. I told myself I chose you because you were strong enough to survive this. Because you understood transactions. Because you wouldn't expect more than the contract promised. His gaze dropped to her mouth. But the truth is I chose you because I've been obsessed with you since I saw you handle that forgery accusation. Because you're brilliant and fierce and you don't break. And because I wanted to know what it would feel like to have someone like you in my life, even if I had to buy the privilege. Elena's breath caught. That's pathetic. Manipulative. Everything Marcus accused me of. Damien's laugh was bitter. He's right, Elena. I do acquire people. I structure deals that give me what I want while pretending it's mutual benefit. And I'm doing it to you right now, confessing my obsession like it's honesty when really it's just another form of control. What if I don't care? The words surprised her as much as they seemed to surprise him. What if I signed that contract knowing you were dangerous and complicated and probably going to hurt me and I did it anyway? Not just for my father, for me. Because I was curious about you too. Damien went very still. Elena. You want to know why I haven't fought harder against your territorial awareness? Why I haven't moved out or demanded separate lives beyond public appearances? She closed the remaining distance between them, close enough to feel his heat. Because some part of me wants to be acquired by you. Wants to see what happens when I stop running from this thing between us. His hand came up, cupping her jaw with the same careful possession he'd shown at City Hall. You don't know what you're saying. I know exactly what I'm saying. Elena held his gaze, refusing to flinch from the intensity there. I'm saying I want to renegotiate. The contract has an addendum. Either party can rewrite terms if they can persuade the other to agree. She reached up, covering his hand with hers. So here's my offer. I'll play the devoted wife convincingly. I'll handle Marcus and any other threats. I'll be the partner you need to secure your inheritance. In exchange for what? The truth. About Marcus, about Sophia Castellane, about that sealed court record. About why you really chose me and what you actually want from this arrangement. Elena's pulse hammered against his palm. No more half answers. No more controlled revelations. If this is going to work, if I'm going to survive being married to you, I need to know who you really are. All of it. The good, the bad, and the parts you're afraid will make me leave. Damien's thumb stroked across her cheekbone, his expression torn between hunger and caution. And if the truth makes you want to invoke the termination clause? Then at least I'll have made that choice with full information. She turned her face into his palm, a gesture that felt like surrender and claiming all at once. But I don't think it will. I think you're more afraid of being known than you are of being alone. And I think that's what really scares you about this arrangement, not that I'll leave but that I'll stay and see everything you've been hiding. For a long moment, Damien just stared at her, his expression unreadable. Then he leaned down and pressed his forehead to hers, his breath ghosting warm across her lips. You're going to destroy me, he whispered. Or save you. Elena's hand slid to his chest, feeling his heart hammer beneath expensive fabric. Either way I need the truth. Starting with what really happened between you and Marcus. Damien pulled back, his hand dropping from her face. For a moment she thought he'd refuse, retreat back into controlled distance. Then he picked up his whiskey, drained it, and said, Tomorrow. After you've slept and had time to reconsider this negotiation. His eyes held hers with uncomfortable intensity. Because once I tell you everything, Elena, you can't unknow it. And some truths are heavy enough to break even the strongest people. I'm not afraid of heavy truths. You should be. But he was already moving toward the stairs, his posture rigid with tension. Tomorrow. I promise. He disappeared into the master suite, leaving Elena alone in the living room with Marcus's business card still clutched in her hand and the weight of Damien's confession settling over her like a second skin. She looked down at the card, then crossed to the fireplace and dropped it into the flames. Watched it curl and blacken and turn to ash. If she was going to do this, really do this, she needed to commit completely. No backup plans. No escape routes. Just the truth and whatever came after. Elena returned to the blue room and lay awake until dawn, listening to Damien move restlessly in the master suite above her and wondering what truths tomorrow would bring. Wondering if she was strong enough to survive them. And knowing, with terrible certainty, that she was about to find out. Chapter 4, The Confession. Morning came with rain against the penthouse windows, rare for October, turning Manhattan into a watercolor of grays and silvers. Elena woke to the sound of it, her body heavy with exhaustion from a night spent chasing sleep that never quite arrived. Her phone showed 7:23 a.m. and a text from Damien, sent 2 hours ago. Office until noon. We'll talk when I get back. No greeting. No acknowledgement of last night's negotiation. Just logistics and the promise, or threat, of truth. Elena showered and dressed in jeans and a sweater, her own clothes instead of the designer pieces Vivian had stocked. If she was going to hear Damien's confession, she wanted to feel like herself. Grounded. Real. The kitchen smelled like coffee. He'd made a full pot before leaving, the carafe still warm. Elena poured a cup and stood at the windows, watching rain streak the glass and obscure the city below. Somewhere out there, her father was in his 3rd day of treatment. Dr. Rashid had called yesterday with an update. Vitals strong, tumor markers already showing response, cautious optimism. Her father was getting his chance because she'd signed a contract with a man who'd confessed to obsession and acquisition in the same breath. Elena's phone buzzed. Not Damien. Vivian, press coverage from last night is good. You two photograph well together. Marcus is already spinning the early exit as trouble in paradise, but I'm handling it. Stay off social media today. Elena set down her phone without responding. The performance was exhausting. Smile for cameras, deflect questions, pretend her marriage was real while knowing every gesture was calculated for public consumption. Except last night hadn't felt calculated. Damien's anger when he'd seen Marcus's card, his confession about watching her for months, the way his voice had cracked on "You're going to destroy me," that had been raw and uncontrolled. That had been real. The elevator chimed. Elena turned, surprised. Damien wasn't due back for hours. But it was Vivian who stepped into the penthouse, shaking rain from her platinum hair and carrying a leather portfolio. Morning, Vivian said, her smile professional but not unkind. Damien asked me to drop off the updated schedule. You've got 3 events next week, plus dinner with his grandfather on Sunday. He could have texted that. He could have. Vivian set the portfolio on the kitchen island, studying Elena with uncomfortable perception. But I suspect he wanted me to check on you. Make sure you're handling last night okay. I'm fine. Are you? Vivian poured herself coffee without asking, settling onto one of the bar stools with practiced ease. Because Marcus Hale is very good at getting under people's skin. He has a way of taking your worst fears and making them sound like objective truth. Elena's hands tightened around her mug. What did he tell you? When he tried his tactics on you? That Damien was using me. That I was just another employee he'd discard when I stopped being useful. Vivian's expression hardened. He offered me a position at his firm, double salary, better title, the works. Said I deserved to work for someone who valued me as a person, not just a skill set. But you stayed. Because I did my own research. Talked to people Marcus had rescued from Damien's employ. Found out that every single one of them had been embezzling, leaking information, or actively sabotaging projects. Marcus doesn't save people. He recruits the disloyal and calls it liberation. Vivian sipped her coffee, watching Elena over the rim. So yes, Damien's demanding and controlling and has the emotional availability of a brick wall. But he's also loyal to the people in his inner circle. He pays well, he keeps his promises, and he doesn't throw you under the bus when things go wrong. Unlike Marcus. Unlike Marcus, who blamed Damien for a deal they both structured, then spent 5 years trying to acquire the company out of spite. Vivian set down her cup. Look, I don't know what you and Damien have going on beyond the contract. That's none of my business. But I've watched him for 8 years, and I've never seen him look at anyone the way he looks at you. Like you're a problem he can't solve and doesn't want to. Elena's throat tightened. He said he's been watching me for months. Before the contract offer. Before everything. I know. I'm the one who compiled the initial research. Vivian's smile turned wry. He saw you at that Castellane authentication, the one where the collector accused you of missing a forgery. You proved the piece was genuine by finding a provenance detail everyone else had missed. Damien asked me to pull everything on you the next day. Employment history, financial records, personal relationships. He was thorough. That's invasive. That's Damien. He doesn't make decisions without data. Vivian stood, smoothing her skirt. But here's what the data didn't show. You'd rebuilt your reputation after your ex destroyed it. You were working 3 jobs to keep your father's house. You hadn't taken a vacation in years. You were drowning and refusing to ask for help. That's what made him choose you. Not desperation, resilience. Elena stared at her coffee, processing. Why are you telling me this? Because you asked him for the truth last night. I heard him on the phone with his lawyer this morning, making sure certain records were unsealed. Court documents, financial statements, things he's kept buried for 5 years. Vivian's expression turned serious. He's going to tell you everything, Elena, and some of it's going to be ugly. I just wanted you to know that the man you're about to hear about, the one who made terrible mistakes and hurt people, he's not the same man anymore. He learned. He changed. But he's never forgiven himself for needing to. She left before Elena could respond, the elevator doors closing on her sympathetic smile. Elena stood alone in the kitchen, rain drumming against windows, and wondered what exactly she'd negotiated herself into. Damien returned at noon exactly, water darkening his shoulders despite the umbrella he carried. He shrugged out of his coat with mechanical precision, hanging it in the closet before turning to face her. You're still here, he said. Elena looked up from the book she'd been pretending to read. Where else would I be? Brooklyn. Your father's hospital. Anywhere that isn't waiting for me to confess my sins. He crossed to the bar cart, then stopped himself. No. I should be sober for this. He sat across from her instead, in the chair that gave him a view of both her and the windows, always watching, always aware. In daylight, she could see the exhaustion around his eyes, the tension in his jaw. He looked like a man preparing for execution. Vivian came by, Elena said. She told me you're having records unsealed. Court documents from the Castellane case. Financial records from my partnership with Marcus. Everything you need to verify what I'm about to tell you. He pulled out his phone, setting it on the coffee table between them. I've also authorized you to speak with my lawyer, my accountant, and Sophia Castellane herself if you want. She's in Paris, but she's agreed to a video call if you request it. Elena's stomach clenched. You contacted her? This morning. Explained that my wife deserved to hear all sides. His mouth twisted. She laughed. Said it was about time I stopped hiding from what happened. Then she agreed to talk to you if it would help. The gesture was more than Elena had expected. Raw and honest and terrifying in its implications. Damien was dismantling his own defenses, handing her weapons that could destroy him. Why? She asked. Because you were right. If this arrangement is going to work, you need to know who I really am. All of it. He leaned back, and for the first time since she'd met him, his control seemed to fracture at the edges. So ask. Whatever you want to know. I'll answer. Elena set down her book, folding her hands in her lap to hide their trembling. Start with Sophia Castellane. What really happened? Damien's gaze drifted to the windows, watching rain blur the city. I was 28. Arrogant. Marcus and I had just closed a deal that made us both millionaires, and I thought I was invincible. Robert Castellane approached us about investing in his import business. Art, antiquities, high-end pieces for collectors. The numbers looked good. The reputation was solid. We said yes. He paused, his jaw working. Elena waited. Robert brought in his daughter to handle the contract negotiations. Sophia was 24, fresh from business school, brilliant. She caught details I'd missed, asked questions that made me rethink my assumptions. I was impressed. His voice went flat. I was also attracted to her. Not romantically, intellectually. She challenged me. Made me work harder. I wanted that in my inner circle. So you hired her. I offered her a position as my personal consultant. Exclusive contract, generous salary, access to deals that would make her career. She said yes. Damien's hands clenched on the chair arms. What I didn't know, what Marcus knew and didn't tell me, was that Robert was embezzling from his own company. Using the import business to move money offshore, hiding losses with creative accounting. The investment we'd made was propping up a failing company. Elena's chest tightened. And Sophia? Didn't know. Robert had kept her isolated from the financial side, let her focus on contracts and negotiations while he cooked the books. Damien's voice turned bitter. 6 months into our partnership, the truth came out. Federal investigation, frozen assets, the whole company collapsing. Robert tried to claim he'd been following our advice, that Sophia had structured deals based on my recommendations. He was setting her up to take the fall. But you stopped him. I tried. Brought in forensic accountants, pulled every record I could find, proved that Robert had been embezzling for years before we invested. The federal charges stuck to him, not Sophia. Damien finally looked at her, his eyes bleak. But the damage was done. Sophia blamed herself for not seeing it sooner. For trusting her father. For believing that I'd actually valued her expertise rather than just using her as a shield against Robert's fraud. Had you? Valued her? Yes. But I didn't tell her that. Didn't fight to keep her on after the company collapsed. I was so focused on protecting my own reputation, proving I hadn't known about the embezzlement, that I didn't realize she was falling apart. His voice cracked. She filed the lawsuit 3 months later. Claimed I'd manipulated her into structuring deals that destroyed her family. It wasn't true, but it wasn't entirely false either. I had used her expertise. I had benefited from her work. And when everything collapsed, I'd walked away without looking back. Rain filled the silence. Elena processed, fitting pieces together. What about Marcus? Marcus knew about Robert's embezzlement from the beginning. He'd done his own due diligence, found the irregularities, and decided to invest anyway because he thought he could use it as leverage later. Damien's expression hardened. When the federal investigation started, he positioned himself as the partner who tried to warn me. Claimed he'd argued against the investment, that I'd overruled him. It was a lie, we'd made the decision together. But he had emails, carefully worded to make himself look cautious and me look reckless. So you took the fall. I took responsibility for my part. Which was real. I had been reckless. I had prioritized the deal over due diligence. I had failed to protect Sophia from her father's fraud. He stood, moving to the windows with restless energy. But Marcus twisted it. Made it sound like I'd knowingly destroyed the Castellane family. Used that narrative to position himself as the ethical partner while building his own acquisition attempt. Elena stood too, crossing to stand beside him. And Sophia ended up in treatment. For 6 months. Depression, anxiety, survivor's guilt over her father's crimes. Damien's reflection in the glass looked haunted. I paid for it. Anonymously through a trust Robert couldn't access. Made sure she had the best care available. But I never contacted her directly. Never apologized. I told myself she wouldn't want to hear from me. But really you were afraid. Terrified. Of facing what I'd done. Of admitting that my ambition had blinded me to someone's suffering. He turned to face her. That's who I was, Elena. The man who valued deals over people. Who walked away from wreckage without checking for survivors. Elena studied him. This complicated, damaged man who'd learned to control his worst impulses but couldn't escape their shadow. And now I'm careful. I verify everything. I give people time to make informed decisions. I don't walk away from wreckage. I make sure everyone gets out first. His gaze held hers with uncomfortable intensity. But I'm still the same person underneath. Still driven by ambition. Still willing to structure arrangements that benefit me. I've just learned to do it with more care. Like our contract. Like our contract. He moved closer and Elena's breath caught. I needed a wife. You needed money. I structured a deal that gave us both what we wanted while maintaining the fiction that it was purely transactional. But the truth is I chose you specifically, watched you for months, waited for the perfect moment to make my offer. That's manipulation, Elena. Careful, controlled manipulation disguised as mutual benefit. What if I don't care? The words came out steadier than she felt. What if I signed knowing you were manipulative and dangerous and probably going to hurt me and I chose it anyway? Damien's hand came up, cupping her jaw with the careful possession she was learning to crave. Then you're either brave or reckless. I haven't decided which. Maybe both. Elena covered his hand with hers, holding his gaze. You gave me the truth. All of it. The ugly parts you've been hiding for 5 years. That's not manipulation, that's trust. It's strategy. Controlled vulnerability to maintain your cooperation. Is it? She turned her face into his palm, the gesture deliberate. Because it feels like you're terrified I'll leave now that I know everything. And that terror isn't about losing an investment. His thumb stroked across her cheekbone, his expression torn. I told you last night, you're going to destroy me. Or save you. Elena's free hand moved to his chest, feeling his heart hammer beneath expensive fabric. I'm not Sophia, Damien. I'm not going to break because you made mistakes 5 years ago. And I'm not going to run because you're honest about still being ambitious and controlling. You should run. Probably. But I negotiated for truth and you gave it to me. So now I'm renegotiating again. She held his gaze, refusing to flinch from the intensity there. New terms, I stay. Not just because of the contract or my father's treatment. I stay because I choose to. Because I want to see what happens when you stop treating this like a transaction and start treating it like a partnership. Damien went very still. Elena. I'm not finished. In exchange, you stop pushing me away every time something gets real. You stop hiding behind the contract when you're afraid of what you're feeling. And you let me in, actually in, to the parts of your life you've been protecting for 5 years. That's not a renegotiation. That's a complete rewrite. Then rewrite it. Elena's pulse hammered against his palm. Unless you're too afraid. For a long moment, Damien just stared at her, his expression unreadable. Then he leaned down and pressed his forehead to hers, his breath ghosting warm across her lips. I'm terrified, he whispered. Of wanting you this much. Of needing you when I swore I'd never need anyone again. Of waking up one day and finding out you've realized I'm not worth the damage. Then we're even. Because I'm terrified too. Elena's hand slid to his nape, fingers threading through his hair. But I'd rather be terrified with you than safe alone. Damien's control shattered. He kissed her, not the chaste brush from City Hall, but something hungry and desperate and real. His hands framed her face, tilting her head to deepen the kiss, and Elena opened for him with a sound that might have been surrender or claiming. When he finally pulled back, they were both breathing hard, foreheads pressed together, the space between them charged with want and promise and fear. This changes everything, Damien said. I know. The contract can be amended, rewritten, burned if we want. Elena's thumb traced his jaw, feeling the tension there. Or we can keep it as a safety net while we figure out what this actually is. His laugh was shaky, almost desperate. You're giving me an exit strategy while asking me to stay. I'm giving us both an exit strategy. Because real partnership means choice, not obligation. She pulled back enough to see his face clearly. So choose, Damien. Do you want the contract? Or do you want me? Both. Neither. I don't know. He released her, running a hand through his hair with frustrated energy. I've spent 5 years building walls. I don't know how to tear them down. Then don't. Not all at once. Elena caught his hand, lacing their fingers together. Just let me stand on your side of them. Let me see the parts you've been hiding. And trust that I'm strong enough to handle whatever I find there. Damien stared at their joined hands like they were a puzzle he couldn't solve. Then, slowly, he raised them to his mouth and pressed a kiss to her knuckles, a gesture that felt like surrender and promise all at once. Okay, he said. We'll try. But Elena, if this goes wrong, if I hurt you the way I hurt Sophia, then we'll deal with it. Together. She squeezed his hand. That's what partnership means. Facing the damage together instead of walking away. He pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her with careful intensity, and Elena let herself sink into the embrace. Outside, rain continued to blur Manhattan into watercolor grays. Inside, something fragile and precious was taking shape between them, not the clinical arrangement they'd signed, but something real and terrifying and worth fighting for. Elena's phone buzzed against the coffee table. She ignored it. That might be important, Damien murmured against her hair. It can wait. But he was already reaching for it, the instinct too ingrained. His expression darkened as he read the screen. It's from Marcus. He sent you a message. Elena tensed. How did he get my number? He has resources. Damien handed her the phone, his jaw tight. You should read it. The message was brief. Ask your husband about the mentor's daughter. Ask him why she's in a psychiatric facility. Elena's stomach dropped. This was sent last night. After the gala. He's escalating. Trying to undermine what I told you by implying there's more I'm hiding. Damien's hands clenched. There isn't. Sophia's in Paris, recovered, living her life. But Marcus knows that message will make you doubt everything I just confessed. Elena deleted the message with deliberate care. Except you already told me about Sophia. You gave me her contact information. You dismantled your own defenses before Marcus could use them against you. That doesn't mean his tactics won't work. They won't. Because I'm not playing his game anymore. Elena set down her phone, turning back to Damien. I choose to believe you. Not because the evidence supports it, though it does, but because you trusted me with the truth. That matters more than whatever Marcus tries to spin. Damien's expression shifted, Surprise, relief, something that looked dangerously close to hope. You're either the bravest person I've ever met or the most reckless. Definitely both. Elena rose on her toes, pressing a quick kiss to his mouth. Now stop trying to talk me out of this and tell me what we're doing about Marcus's acquisition attempt. Partnership, remember? Your enemies are my problem now. She moved to the kitchen, pouring fresh coffee with steady hands. So what's his next move? Damien followed, and Elena caught the small smile playing at his mouth. Genuine, unguarded, the first she'd seen from him. His next move is the charity board meeting next week. He's going to propose a vote of no confidence, claim my sudden marriage proves I'm making reckless decisions. Then we prove him wrong. Show up together, present a united front, make it clear this marriage is solid. Elena handed him coffee. What else? He's been buying up shares from minority investors. Nothing that threatens control yet, but enough to make noise at shareholder meetings. Can you buy them back? Not without raising questions about why I'm suddenly defensive. Damien sipped his coffee, studying her with new appreciation. You're good at this. I spent 6 years authenticating art. Half of that job is reading people, understanding motives, seeing the game behind the game. Elena leaned against the counter. Marcus is treating this like a hostile takeover, but what he really wants is revenge. He wants to hurt you the way he thinks you hurt him. By taking everything I've built. By proving you're the monster he's been claiming you are for 5 years. Elena set down her cup. So we don't play his game. We play ours. Show Manhattan that you're not the same person who made mistakes with Sophia Castellane. That you've changed. That this marriage is real. Damien moved closer, bracketing her against the counter with his arms. Not trapping, offering shelter. And is it real? Elena's heart kicked. It's becoming real. Every conversation, every confession, every time you let me past your walls. She touched his face, feeling the tension in his jaw. We just have to decide if we're brave enough to let it. I've never been brave about this. About people. His voice dropped. But I want to try. With you. Then that's enough. Elena pulled him down into another kiss, slower this time, learning the shape of his mouth and the taste of coffee and vulnerability. When they broke apart, she was smiling. Now let's go destroy Marcus Hale's acquisition attempt and prove that partnership beats revenge every time. Damien's laugh was surprised and genuine. You're terrifying. Good. You need someone terrifying on your side. Elena grabbed her phone. I'm calling Vivian. If we're doing this, we're doing it right. She walked away to make the call, leaving Damien standing in the kitchen with an expression of wonder and fear and something that looked dangerously like love. Outside, the rain was letting up, and Manhattan was emerging from its watercolor blur, sharp and clear and full of possibility. Inside, a contract was becoming something more. And neither of them was running. Chapter 5. The Fracture. The message arrived at 6:47 a.m., 3 days after the confession. Elena woke to her phone vibrating against the nightstand, still the blue room, though she'd spent the past 2 evenings on the living room sofa with Damien, talking until midnight about Marcus's vulnerabilities and shareholder politics and the careful architecture of trust. She'd been sleeping better. Damien had been sleeping less, judging by the sounds of movement from the master suite at odd hours. The text was from an unknown number. He's lying about the payments. Check the hospital records from before you signed. Elena sat up, her pulse kicking. She opened her banking app with shaking fingers, navigating to her father's medical account. The treatment charges were there. Immunotherapy, surgery, follow-up care, all marked paid in full with Cross Industries listed as the payer. She scrolled backward. September charges, August, July, all the months before she'd signed the contract. Her breath stopped. Paid in full. Cross Industries. Going back 6 weeks before Damien's lawyer had approached her at the hospital. Before the contract offer. Before she'd even known Damien Cross wanted a wife. He'd been paying for her father's treatment since the beginning of August. Elena's hands went numb. She scrolled further. Every medical bill since her father's diagnosis 4 months ago, paid in full by Cross Industries. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in treatments, hospital stays, consultations. All paid quietly, anonymously, while she'd been working 3 jobs and drowning in debt that didn't actually exist. The second text arrived. He bought you before you knew you were for sale. Ask him why. Elena stared at the screen until the words blurred. Her mind spun through implications, rewriting every conversation since the contract signing. Damien's careful concern about her father's treatment. His insistence that payment would start immediately. The way he'd structured the offer to seem like salvation when she'd already been saved, she just hadn't known it. "I've been watching you for 6 months," he'd said. "Not just watching. Acting. Paying." Removing her desperation while letting her believe it still existed so she'd be grateful enough to sign. The bedroom door felt miles away. Elena forced herself to stand, to move, to walk down the hallway on legs that didn't quite work. The penthouse was silent except for the espresso machine, Damien's morning ritual, precise as clockwork. She found him in the kitchen, already dressed in a charcoal suit, reading something on his tablet. He looked up when she entered, and his expression shifted immediately from neutral to alert. "What's wrong?" Elena set her phone on the island between them, the banking app still open. "When were you going to tell me?" Damien's gaze dropped to the screen. His jaw tightened fractionally, the only sign of reaction. "Who sent you this? Does it matter?" "It's true." Her voice came out flat, distant. "You've been paying my father's medical bills since August. 2 months before you made the contract offer. Before I even knew who you were." He set down his tablet with controlled precision. "Yes." "Why?" "Because I could. Because you needed help and were too proud to ask for it." His voice held no apology. "I saw you working yourself to exhaustion. I had the resources. I used them. Without telling me." Elena's hands clenched. "You let me think I was drowning. Let me believe my father was going to die if I didn't sign your contract. You manufactured my desperation. I removed your desperation. There's a difference." "No. You hid that you'd removed it. You let me sign a contract thinking I had no choice when you'd already made sure I did." Her voice cracked. "That's not helping, Damien. That's manipulation." "It's both." He moved toward her, and Elena stepped back instinctively. He stopped, something like pain crossing his face. "I paid the bills because I wanted to help. I didn't tell you because I knew you'd refuse out of pride. And yes, I used that information gap to structure a contract offer you'd accept. But Elena, your father was never going to die waiting for treatment. I'd already made sure of that. Without my knowledge. Without my consent." The words tasted like betrayal. "You took away my agency while pretending to give me a choice. I gave you a choice with better options than you realized." His voice hardened. "Would you rather I'd let you keep drowning? Let your father suffer while you worked yourself sick trying to save him? I'd rather you'd been honest." Elena's control shattered. "You stood in this kitchen 3 days ago and confessed everything about Sophia Castellane. You let me see your guilt and your fear and your desperate need for redemption. And the whole time you were hiding this, that you'd been controlling my life for months before I ever signed that contract. I wasn't controlling your life. I was protecting it. By lying about why I needed protection." She grabbed her phone, hands shaking. "The contract said you'd pay for treatment starting immediately. You let me believe that meant starting after I signed. But it actually meant continuing what you'd already started. Every clause, every term, it was all built on a foundation of information you deliberately withheld." Damien's expression went cold, defensive. "The contract doesn't specify when payments began. Only that they would continue. That's lawyer talk. That's exactly the kind of careful manipulation you said you'd stop doing after Sophia." Elena's throat tightened. "You said you'd changed. That you gave people time and information to make real choices. But you didn't give me information, you hid it. You let me think I was making an informed decision when really I was signing a contract based on a crisis you'd already solved. Because you wouldn't have signed otherwise." His voice turned sharp, frustrated. "If I'd told you I was already paying the bills, you would have refused everything. The contract, the money, all of it. You would have tried to pay me back, which you couldn't afford, and your father's treatment would have been disrupted while you scrambled to find another solution. I gave you stability disguised as salvation because that was the only way you'd accept it. That's not your decision to make. Someone had to make it. You were killing yourself." He moved closer, and this time Elena held her ground. "I watched you for months, Elena. Watched you work 3 jobs, skip meals, take the subway at midnight because you couldn't afford cabs. Watched you smile at your father's bedside while you were falling apart inside. You needed help. I had the resources. I used them. You used me." The words came out broken. "You created a scenario where I'd be grateful enough to marry you. Where I'd think I owed you my father's life. That's not help, that's coercion." "It's both." His eyes blazed. "I won't apologize for saving your father. And I won't apologize for structuring a deal that got you to accept help you desperately needed. You're alive. He's alive. You're not working yourself to death anymore. Those are facts regardless of how I achieved them. But they're not real. Elena's voice broke. Our entire arrangement is built on a lie. Every conversation we've had about choice and consent and partnership, it's all contaminated by the fact that you've been controlling the narrative from the beginning. Damien's jaw clenched. I gave you the truth 3 days ago. Everything about Sophia, about Marcus, about who I really am. That was real. After months of lies. After you'd already locked me into a contract based on manufactured desperation. She pulled off her wedding rings with shaking hands, setting them on the island. The contract has a termination clause. 30 days notice, forfeiture of all financial compensation. I'm invoking it. Elena. My father's treatment is already paid for. You made sure of that months ago. So I don't owe you anything. Not a year of my life, not public performances, not— Her voice cracked. Not whatever this was becoming between us. This is real. He moved fast, catching her wrist, not hard but desperate. Whatever else I've done, what's happening between us is real. You know it is. I don't know anything anymore. Elena pulled free, stepping back. I thought I was choosing you. Choosing partnership over transaction. But I can't choose something built on lies. I can't trust someone who's been manipulating me since before we met. Then what do you want? His control was fracturing, voice raw. You want me to apologize for helping you? For caring enough to act before you collapsed? For wanting you in my life badly enough to create an opportunity? I want you to have told me the truth. The words tore out of her. I want you to have respected me enough to let me make real decisions instead of manufacturing scenarios where I'd choose what you wanted. I want— She stopped, throat too tight to continue. Damien stood frozen, his expression devastated. You want me to be someone I'm not. Someone who doesn't see problems and fix them. Someone who asks permission instead of acting. Someone who risks losing people rather than controlling situations to keep them close. His laugh was bitter. That's not who I am, Elena. That's never been who I am. I know. The admission hurt. That's why I can't do this. Because I can't spend the next year, or the next lifetime, wondering what else you're hiding. What other situations you're controlling. What other choices you're manufacturing while pretending I have agency. So that's it? One mistake and you walk away? It's not one mistake. It's a pattern. Elena picked up her phone, her hand steadier now that the decision was made. You controlled Sophia's situation until it destroyed her. You're controlling Marcus's acquisition attempt. You controlled my desperation to structure a contract I'd accept. And you'll keep controlling things because that's how you survive. But I can't survive being controlled, even by someone who thinks he's protecting me. She turned toward the hallway, toward the blue room where her things waited to be packed. Damien's voice stopped her. Your father called yesterday. Asked when you were coming to visit. Said the treatment's working better than expected, that he might be home for Thanksgiving. His voice was carefully neutral. I didn't tell him you were leaving. Thought you'd want to handle that conversation yourself. The words hit like a physical blow. Elena's eyes burned. Don't what? Don't remind you that your father's alive because of decisions I made? Don't point out that sometimes control and protection look the same. He moved closer, and Elena heard the desperation beneath his control. I'm not sorry I paid those bills. I'm not sorry I structured a contract that kept you safe. The only thing I'm sorry about is not telling you sooner. But Elena, if I had told you, you would have run. And your father would have suffered. And I would have lost my chance at having you in my life. So yes, I controlled the situation. And I'd do it again. Elena turned to face him, tears hot on her cheeks. That's why I'm leaving. Because you do it again. Because you can't see that control isn't the same as care, even when the outcome is good. Because you think protecting me means making my choices for me. What if you're wrong? His voice cracked. What if sometimes people need someone strong enough to make hard choices they can't make themselves? What if that's not manipulation, it's love? The word hung between them like something fragile and impossible. Love doesn't hide truth, Elena whispered. Love doesn't manufacture scenarios. Love trusts the other person to make their own choices, even when those choices are hard. Even when they might choose wrong. She wiped her face with shaking hands. You don't love me, Damien. You want to own me. There's a difference. She walked away before he could respond, before she could see his expression, before her resolve could crack. The blue room felt like a sanctuary and a prison all at once. Elena pulled out her suitcase and started packing with mechanical precision. Her phone buzzed. Not Marcus this time, Vivian. Whatever just happened, don't make permanent decisions based on temporary emotions. Call me. Elena ignored it. Kept packing. Jeans, sweaters, the few pieces of herself she brought into Damien's carefully controlled world. A knock on the doorframe. She turned to find Damien leaning there, his tie loosened, his expression raw in a way she'd never seen. "I called Sophia," he said. "This morning after I saw the banking records on your phone. I knew someone had sent them to you, probably Marcus, and I knew what you'd think when you saw them." Elena's hands stilled on a sweater. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I asked her if I'd done the same thing to her. Controlled her situation while pretending to offer choices. She said yes." His voice was barely above a whisper. "She said I'd structured the consulting contract to make her dependent on me professionally. That I'd isolated her from other opportunities while calling it exclusive partnership. That by the time she realized what was happening, she was so entangled in my world that leaving felt impossible." Elena's throat tightened. "Damien." "She also said she forgave me. That she understood I'd been operating from fear of losing control, not malice. That the person I am now, the one who called to ask if I was repeating old patterns, that person is different from who I was then." He stepped into the room, his movements careful. "But she said something else too. She said the real question isn't whether I've changed. It's whether I'm capable of loving someone without controlling them." And she didn't know the answer. "Neither do I," Elena said. "Neither do I." He sat on the edge of the bed, looking more lost than she'd ever seen him. "I've spent 5 years learning to control my worst impulses. Building walls, maintaining distance, structuring arrangements instead of relationships. And then I saw you at that gallery authentication and something in me just broke. I wanted you in my life. Not as an employee or a contractor or a business arrangement. As a person. As someone who could see past the walls and choose to stay anyway. So you paid my father's medical bills without telling me. So I removed obstacles that would prevent you from choosing me freely." His eyes met hers, bleak and honest. "I know how that sounds. I know it's the same pattern Sophia described. But Elena, I wasn't trying to make you dependent. I was trying to make you free. Free from the desperation that was killing you. Free to make choices based on what you wanted, not what you needed to survive. But I wasn't free. I was operating on false information." Elena sat beside him, exhausted. "You took away my agency while thinking you were giving it to me. That's the pattern, Damien. That's what you did to Sophia, what you're doing to me. You control situations to get the outcomes you want, then call it protection. Then teach me how to stop." The words came out desperate, raw. "Tell me what you need. What real partnership looks like. Because I don't know, Elena. I've never known. But I want to learn. With you." Elena stared at her hands, bare now without the rings. "I need you to have told me about the medical payments before I signed the contract. I need you to have trusted me enough to make an informed choice, even if that choice was walking away. I need you to stop thinking you know what's best for me better than I do. I can't go back and change what I did." "I know." She looked at him, this complicated man who'd saved her father while destroying her trust. "That's why I'm leaving. Because I can't build a future with someone whose foundation is control disguised as care. Even if that person thinks they're protecting me. Even if," her voice broke. "Even if I was starting to fall for them." Damien's hand found hers, lacing their fingers together with careful intensity. "What if I promised to do better? What if I gave you complete access to everything, finances, business decisions, every choice I make that affects you? What if I proved I could be transparent? That's still control. You'd be controlling how you prove you're not controlling." Elena squeezed his hand once, then released it. "I need space, Damien. Time to figure out what I actually want versus what you've made me think I want. And you need time to figure out if you're capable of partnership or if you'll always default to manipulation when you're afraid of losing something." "How much time?" "I don't know. The 30 days in the termination clause, maybe longer." She stood, returning to her packing. "I'll finish out any public appearances we're contractually obligated to make. I'll handle Marcus appropriately if he approaches me. But I'm moving back to Brooklyn. And we're not," she couldn't finish the sentence. "Not becoming what we were starting to become," Damien finished. He stood too, his movements heavy. "I'll have Richard draw up the termination paperwork. You'll forfeit the $2 million, but your father's medical care continues regardless. I'm not cruel enough to use his health as leverage." "Thank you." "Don't thank me. It's literally the least I can do after." He stopped, jaw clenching. "After everything." He walked to the door, then paused. "For what it's worth, I wasn't lying about watching you for months. About being captivated by your resilience. About wanting you in my life." His voice dropped. "I just didn't know how to want something without trying to control it. And by the time I realized that was the problem, I'd already structured a trap I couldn't escape without losing you. Maybe that's the real issue, Elena said quietly. You see relationships as traps. As things that need to be structured and controlled and maintained through careful manipulation. But real partnership isn't a trap, it's a choice both people make every day. And I can't choose you when I don't trust that you'll let me choose freely. Damien nodded once, his expression devastated. Then he left, closing the door with a soft click that sounded like an ending. Elena finished packing through tears she couldn't stop. Her phone kept buzzing, Vivian, her father, unknown numbers that might be Marcus. She ignored all of it. Just packed her life into 2 suitcases and 1 carry-on, erasing her presence from the blue room until it looked like she'd never been there at all. The car Damien sent was waiting downstairs at noon. Not the town car from public appearances, a regular sedan, anonymous and practical. The driver loaded her bags without comment, and Elena slid into the back seat feeling like she was fleeing a crime scene. Her phone buzzed one final time as they pulled away from the building. Damien, I'm sorry. For all of it. You deserved better than what I gave you. Elena stared at the message until Manhattan blurred through tears. Then she typed back, I deserve the truth. Everything else we could have figured out together. She watched the penthouse disappear behind them, taking with it the fragile thing they'd been building, partnership, trust, something that might have been love if Damien had just been honest from the beginning. The Brooklyn Heights brownstone looked smaller than she remembered. Her father was at the hospital for his afternoon treatment, leaving her alone with rooms full of memories and choices she'd have to explain. Elena unpacked in her old bedroom, the one she'd left 6 days ago thinking she was saving her father's life, not knowing it had already been saved by a man who thought control and care were the same thing. Her phone showed 17 missed calls. 3 from Vivian, 2 from Damien's lawyer, 1 from a number she didn't recognize. The rest from her father. She called him back. Laney. His voice was stronger than it had been in months, the treatment already working miracles. Where have you been? I've been trying to reach you all day. Sorry, Dad. She stopped, unsure how to explain. I'm back at the brownstone. What? I thought you were staying at Damien's place. We're taking some time apart. Just figuring things out. Silence on the other end. Then, what did he do? Nothing. Everything. It's complicated. Elena sat on her childhood bed, staring at walls covered in art prints from her college years. How are you feeling? Don't change the subject. If that bastard hurt you. He didn't? Not the way you mean. She closed her eyes. He helped us, Dad. More than I knew. But he wasn't honest about it and I need space to think. Her father was quiet for a long moment. The medical bills. They've been paid for months, haven't they? Since before you got married. Elena's breath caught. How did you know? Because the hospital administrator mentioned it yesterday. Said Cross Industries had been covering everything since August, that I was lucky to have such a generous son-in-law. His voice turned gentle. You didn't know? Not until this morning. And you're angry because he helped without asking permission. I'm angry because he let me think I was desperate when I wasn't. Because he structured our entire arrangement around a crisis he'd already solved. Elena's throat tightened. Because I can't trust that anything between us was real when the foundation was manipulation. Was it? Her father asked. Manipulation, I mean. Or was it a man who saw someone he cared about suffering and fixed it the only way he knew how? Does the intent matter if the result is the same? Sometimes. She heard him shift, imagined him in his hospital bed looking out at the same Manhattan skyline she'd left behind. When your mother was sick, those last few months, I made a lot of decisions without consulting her. Hired extra nurses, rearranged her medications, called specialists she didn't want to see. She was furious. Said I was treating her like a child instead of a partner. Elena's chest ached. What did you do? I apologized. Explained that I was terrified of losing her and control was the only thing keeping me sane. She said she understood, but I still had to stop. Had to trust her to make her own choices, even if those choices meant less treatment, more pain, and earlier end. His voice cracked. Hardest thing I ever did. But it was also the most loving. Because it meant respecting her agency more than I feared losing her. Did you? Stop controlling things? Mostly. I still slipped sometimes. But she'd call me on it and I'd course correct. That's what partnership is, Laney. Not perfection, just 2 people committed to doing better when they fail. Elena wiped her face. I don't know if Damien can do that. He spent 5 years building walls and control mechanisms. I don't know if he's capable of tearing them down. Maybe not. But you won't know unless you give him the chance to try. Her father paused. Look, I don't know this man well. Met him once, talked to him on the phone a few times. But I know he loves you. I heard it in his voice when he called to ask if I'd be okay with him marrying you. He was terrified I'd say no. He asked your permission? Day before he made the contract offer. Said he'd been watching you for months, that he wanted you in his life but didn't know how to approach you without scaring you off. Asked if I'd object to him offering you a business arrangement that might turn into something more. Her father's voice turned wry. I told him if he hurt you I'd break his legs. He laughed and said you'd probably beat him to it. Elena's throat closed. Damien had asked her father's permission. Had been honest with him about the contract, about his intentions, about his fears. Had given Thomas Morgan information he'd deliberately withheld from her. Why didn't you tell me? She whispered. Because he asked me not to. Said you'd refuse if you knew I'd approved, that you'd see it as pressure instead of blessing. Her father sighed. I thought he was being paranoid. Now I think he understood you better than I did. Elena sat with that, processing. Damien had been honest with her father while lying to her. Had structured the situation so she'd feel like she was making an independent choice while actually operating within parameters he'd carefully controlled. It was manipulation, but it was also, in its twisted way, respect for her autonomy. He'd known she'd refuse if she felt pressured, so he'd removed the pressure while maintaining the illusion of choice. It was exactly what he'd done with the medical bills. With the contract. With everything. I don't know how to forgive this, she said. Then don't. Not yet. Her father's voice was gentle. But maybe give him a chance to earn forgiveness. Give yourself a chance to figure out if what you're feeling is anger at being manipulated or grief at losing something real. They talked for another 20 minutes. About his treatment, about Thanksgiving plans, about everything except the man Elena had left behind in a Tribeca penthouse. When she finally hung up, the brownstone felt emptier than it had before. Her phone buzzed. Not Damien. Marcus, I warned you. Now you know what he is. Call me if you need help leaving. Elena stared at the message, anger crystallizing into clarity. Marcus had sent those banking records. Had deliberately fractured her trust in Damien by revealing information designed to look like betrayal. Had been waiting for exactly this outcome. Elena leaving, Damien isolated, the marriage arrangement collapsing just in time to challenge his inheritance claim. She'd played right into his hands. Elena opened her laptop, pulling up the documents Damien had given her access to 3 days ago. Financial records, court filings, communications between Damien and Marcus going back 15 years. She read through them methodically, looking for patterns, for truth beneath competing narratives. What she found made her stomach turn. Marcus had known about Robert Castellane's embezzlement before investing. Had encouraged Damien to bring in Sophia specifically because her involvement would provide cover if the deal went bad. Had positioned himself as the cautious partner while actively structuring terms that would destroy the Castellane family business. And when everything collapsed, he'd let Damien take the fall while building his own reputation as the ethical one who'd tried to warn his reckless partner. The pattern was there in black and white. Manipulation disguised as friendship, control masked as concern, destruction framed as protection. Marcus had been doing to Damien exactly what Damien had done to her. Structuring situations to achieve desired outcomes while maintaining plausible deniability. The difference was Damien had learned to stop. Had spent 5 years building different patterns, making different choices, trying to be better than his worst impulses. Marcus had just gotten more careful about hiding his. Elena's phone rang. Vivian. Are you done being dramatic? The PR director asked without preamble. Because Marcus is already spinning your departure as proof that Damien coerced you into marriage. He's calling for an investigation into the contract terms, suggesting financial manipulation. The board meeting's in 2 days and you just handed him exactly the ammunition he needed. I know. Then get back here and fix it. I can't. Elena's voice cracked. Vivian, he lied to me. For months. About everything that mattered. He protected you. There's a difference. That's what he said. Because it's true. Vivian's voice softened. Look, I'm not going to tell you how to feel about what Damien did. That's between you two. But I am going to tell you that Marcus is destroying him right now, and you're the only one who can stop it. So you need to decide, are you angry enough at Damien to let Marcus win? Or are you strong enough to separate your personal feelings from the bigger picture? Elena closed her laptop, her mind spinning. What would fixing it look like? Show up to the board meeting. United front. Prove the marriage is solid and the contract was legitimate. Then go back to being angry in private if you want. But don't let Marcus use your hurt to destroy everything Damien's built. That's asking me to lie. That's asking you to honor the contract you signed. Public appearances as required. Convincing affection when being watched. You agreed to that, Elena. Regardless of what happened in private. The words stung because they were true. Elena had signed a contract. Had agreed to play a role. The fact that she developed real feelings, that the arrangement had become something more, didn't change her obligations. I'll think about it, she said. Think fast. Board meetings Friday at 10. I'll send a car at 9. Vivian paused. For what it's worth, I think you're both idiots. He's an idiot for not telling you about the medical payments. You're an idiot for running instead of fighting. But you're also perfect for each other because you're both too stubborn to admit when you're wrong and too loyal to walk away when it matters. She hung up before Elena could respond. Elena sat in her childhood bedroom, surrounded by art prints and memories, and tried to figure out what mattered more, her hurt or Damien's empire. Her need for honesty or his need for protection. Her anger at being manipulated or her grief at losing something real. Her phone buzzed one more time. Damien, board meeting Friday. I'll understand if you don't come. But I hope you do. Not for me, for you. Because you deserve to see Marcus lose after everything he's done to manipulate this situation. Elena stared at the message, reading between the lines. Damien wasn't asking her to forgive him. Wasn't begging her to come back. He was giving her information and trusting her to make her own choice. It was the first truly honest thing he'd done since she'd discovered the medical payments. Elena set down her phone and stared at the ceiling, trying to figure out what choice she actually wanted to make. Trying to separate her anger from her grief, from her fear, from the terrible, persistent truth that she missed him. That even knowing everything, the manipulation, the control, the careful architecture of her desperation, she still wanted to go back to that penthouse and fight for what they'd been building. But wanting wasn't enough. Not when trust was broken. Not when the foundation was lies. Elena closed her eyes and tried to imagine a future where she could forgive him. Tried to imagine one where she couldn't. And discovered, with terrible clarity, that both futures looked equally unbearable. Chapter 6. The Trap. The Brooklyn Heights brownstone had ghosts in every corner. Elena woke Thursday morning to rain against her childhood bedroom window, the same rain that had blurred Manhattan 3 days ago when Damien had confessed about Sophia Castellane. Before she'd discovered the medical payments. Before everything had fractured into competing versions of truth and manipulation. Her phone showed 6:14 a.m. and 3 new messages. She ignored them, padding downstairs to the kitchen where her father sat with coffee and the Times, looking healthier than he had in months. The treatment was working. Damien's money, given secretly, used strategically, was saving his life. That was a fact regardless of how she felt about it. You're up early, Thomas said, not looking up from the business section. Couldn't sleep. Elena poured coffee, her hands steadier than yesterday. Board meetings tomorrow. Vivian wants me there. Are you going? I don't know. She sat across from him, cradling the mug for warmth. The contract says I have to make public appearances. Play the devoted wife. But showing up feels like endorsing what he did. Or it feels like honoring an agreement you made regardless of personal feelings. Her father folded the paper, his gaze sharp. You signed a contract, Laney. That means something. So does trust. So does honesty. Agreed. But walking away from your obligations because you're hurt doesn't make you honest. It makes you unreliable. He sipped his coffee, watching her over the rim. You want to punish Damien for lying? Fine. Do it in private. But don't let Marcus Hale use your pain to destroy a company that employs 3,000 people. That's collateral damage, not justice. Elena's jaw clenched. You're taking his side. I'm taking the side of keeping your word. There's a difference. Thomas set down his cup with deliberate care. You think I don't understand being angry at someone who helped without asking? Your mother and I had that fight 100 times. But I learned something. Sometimes the people who love us make choices we hate because they're too afraid of losing us to risk asking permission. That doesn't make it right. But it doesn't make it unforgivable either. He didn't just help without asking. He structured an entire arrangement based on false premises. He removed obstacles so you could make a real choice. You just didn't know the obstacles were already gone. Her father's expression softened. I'm not saying forgive him, Laney. I'm saying don't confuse your hurt feelings with moral high ground. You both made mistakes. His was lying. Yours is running. The words stung because they were true. Elena stared into her coffee, watching steam curl and dissipate. What if I can't trust him again? Then you finish out the contract professionally and walk away clean when it's done. But you don't sabotage him because you're angry. That's what Marcus wants, for you to be so hurt that you'll help him destroy Damien out of spite. Elena's phone buzzed against the table. A known number. She let it go to voicemail, but her father's gaze sharpened. How many times has Marcus contacted you since you left? 4. Maybe 5. She pulled up her messages, scrolling through. Always from different numbers. Offering help, expressing concern, suggesting Damien's dangerous. Classic isolation tactics. Make you doubt everyone except him, then position himself as the only safe option. Thomas's voice hardened. I've seen it before. Guys at the firehouse who'd manipulate their partners by convincing them that everyone else was the problem. It's abuse disguised as rescue. Marcus isn't abusing me. He's just exploiting your vulnerability to hurt someone he hates. That's a different kind of abuse. Her father leaned forward. Look, I don't know Damien well. But I know Marcus's type. And I know which one of them asked my permission before involving you in his problems. Which one made sure your medical bills were paid regardless of whether you signed his contract. Which one is still protecting you even after you left. Elena's throat tightened. Damien's protecting his investment. Is he? Because from where I'm sitting, a man protecting an investment would be threatening to cut off medical payments. Pressuring you to come back. Using me as leverage. Thomas held her gaze. He's doing none of that. He's giving you space, honoring the termination clause and still making sure I get treatment. That's not investment protection, that's love. Don't? The word came out broken. Why not? Because it's easier to be angry than to admit you're in love with someone who's terrified of losing you? Her father's voice gentled. You're so much like your mother. She'd rather fight than be vulnerable too. But she learned, we both did, that sometimes being vulnerable is braver than being right. Elena's phone buzzed again. This time she answered without checking the caller ID. Miss Morgan? A woman's voice accented, French maybe. This is Sophia Castellane. Damien gave me your number. I hope it's all right that I'm calling. Elena's breath stopped. She stood, moving to the living room for privacy. Miss Castellane. Yes, it's fine. Please call me Sophia. And I'll be brief, I know this is intrusive. A pause, the sound of traffic in the background. Damien called me yesterday. Told me you'd discovered the medical payments, that you'd left because you felt manipulated. He asked if I thought he was repeating patterns from our situation. What did you tell him? That I didn't know. That I couldn't judge your relationship from the outside. Sophia's voice was calm, measured. But I wanted to tell you something he probably didn't mention. When everything collapsed with my father's company, when I was in treatment, falling apart, Damien paid for it. Anonymously, through a trust one didn't know existed. He also paid off my student loans, set up a fund for living expenses, made sure I had resources to rebuild. Elena's chest tightened. He told me he paid for treatment. Did he tell you he's still paying? That he set up a permanent trust that covers my therapy, my living expenses in Paris, everything I need to stay stable? Sophia laughed softly without bitterness. I didn't know until last year. 5 years of support and he never told me. Never asked for gratitude or acknowledgement. Just quietly made sure I was okay. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to understand something about Damien Cross. He's terrible at relationships. Terrible at vulnerability. Terrible at asking for what he needs or admitting when he's afraid. Sophia's voice turned gentle. But he's also incapable of walking away from people he cares about. Even when they hurt him. Even when staying means constant guilt and fear. He'll structure elaborate arrangements and call them business because that's the only way he knows how to love without risking rejection. Elena's throat closed. That's not love. That's control. It's both. And yes, it's infuriating and sometimes damaging and absolutely something he needs to work on. Pause. But it's also the only way he knows how to protect people without admitting he needs them. Because needing people terrifies him more than anything else. Why? You'd have to ask him that. But I suspect it has something to do with learning early that vulnerability gets punished. Sophia's voice softened. I'm not telling you to forgive him, Elena. I'm just telling you that the man who paid your father's medical bills without asking, he wasn't trying to control you. He was trying to save you the only way he knew how. And yes, he should have been honest. But understanding his why might help you decide if his how is forgivable. They talked for another 10 minutes. About Paris, about recovery, about the strange grace of forgiving people who'd hurt you unintentionally. When Elena finally hung up, her father was standing in the doorway. Sophia Castellane? He asked. Elena nodded, her mind spinning. What did she say? That Damien's been taking care of her for 5 years. anonymously. That he's terrible at relationships but incapable of abandoning people he cares about. She looked at her father. That his control comes from fear, not malice. Does that change how you feel? I don't know. Elena sat on the couch, exhausted. It explains things. But explanation isn't the same as excuse. He still lied. Still manipulated. Still structured our entire arrangement around information he deliberately withheld. True. But now you know why. Her father sat beside her. So the question isn't whether what he did was wrong, it was. The question is whether you can forgive someone who loves you badly because he doesn't know how to love you well. Elena's phone buzzed. Vivian, car picks you up at 9 tomorrow. Wear the navy suit. And Elena, whatever you're feeling about Damien, remember that Marcus is the real enemy here. Don't let personal hurt cloud strategic thinking. She stared at the message, then opened her laptop. The documents Damien had given her access to were still there. Financial records, communications, the careful architecture of Marcus's 15-year campaign to destroy his former partner. She read through them again, this time looking for patterns in how Marcus operated. What she found made her blood run cold. Marcus had been systematically contacting Damien's business associates, planting doubts about his stability. Suggesting the sudden marriage was evidence of poor judgment. Implying that Elena was a gold digger who'd manipulated a vulnerable man. Building a narrative where Damien was the victim of her schemes, not the architect of their arrangement. And it was working. 3 board members had already expressed concerns. 2 major investors had requested meetings to discuss leadership stability. The hostile takeover Marcus had been planning for 5 years was finally within reach, not because he'd outmaneuvered Damien strategically, but because he'd exploited Elena's hurt to fracture Damien's credibility. She was the weapon Marcus had been waiting for. Elena pulled up the contract, reading through termination clauses and obligations with new eyes. The agreement required public appearances as needed. Convincing affection when being watched. Maintenance of the marriage's legitimacy for the full year or until both parties agreed to dissolve it. She'd invoked the termination clause unilaterally. But the contract specified 30 days' notice, which meant she was still legally bound to fulfill public obligations for another 26 days. The board meeting fell within that window. She was contractually obligated to attend. The realization settled over her like armor. This wasn't about forgiveness or trust or whether Damien deserved her support. This was about honoring an agreement she'd made, regardless of personal feelings. About refusing to let Marcus weaponize her pain. About being strong enough to separate her hurt from her obligations. Elena opened a new message to Vivian. I'll be ready at 9. Navy suit. Full performance. The response came immediately. Good. Damien will be relieved. Don't tell him I'm coming. I want to see Marcus's face when I walk in. Vicious. I like it. Elena closed her laptop and sat in the quiet brownstone, listening to rain against windows and her father moving in the kitchen. Tomorrow she'd go back to that world of glass towers and corporate warfare. She'd play the devoted wife one more time. She'd watch Marcus's acquisition attempt crumble. And then she'd figure out whether she could forgive the man who'd saved her father while destroying her trust. But first, she needed to understand why Damien was so terrified of vulnerability that he'd rather manipulate than ask. Elena pulled out her phone and typed a message she'd been avoiding. Why didn't you just tell me you were paying the medical bills? What were you afraid would happen if you'd been honest from the beginning? She sent it before she could second-guess, then waited. The response came 10 minutes later. That you'd refuse help out of pride. That your father would suffer because I couldn't figure out how to offer support without making you feel obligated. That I'd lose my chance at having you in my life because I didn't know how to ask for what I wanted without structuring a transaction. Elena stared at the screen, her chest tight. So you controlled the situation instead? Yes. Because control is safer than vulnerability. Because if I structure the arrangement carefully enough, I can't be rejected, only terminated per contract terms. Because I'm a coward who'd rather manipulate someone into staying than risk asking them to choose me freely. The honesty was brutal and somehow more devastating than any apology. Elena's fingers hovered over the keyboard, trying to find words that matched the complexity of what she felt. That's not cowardice. That's fear. There's a difference. Is there? Yes. Cowardice is knowing better and choosing wrong anyway. Fear is not knowing how to choose right. She paused, then added, which one are you? The response took longer this time. I don't know. I thought I'd learned after Sophia. Thought I'd changed my patterns. But I did the same thing to you, just more carefully. More thoroughly. With better intentions. So maybe I'm both. A coward who's afraid of being vulnerable and doesn't know how to stop controlling situations long enough to find out. Elena's throat burned. I'm coming to the board meeting tomorrow. Not because I've forgiven you. Because I honor my contracts and I won't let Marcus use my hurt to destroy you. Thank you. Don't thank me. This is professional, not personal. Understood. A pause then, for what it's worth, I miss you. Not the arrangement or the contract or the public performance. Just you. The person who called me on my bullshit and demanded truth even when it was ugly. I miss having you on my side of the walls. Elena stared at the message until tears blurred the screen. She wanted to respond, to tell him she missed him too, that being angry was exhausting and she didn't know how to stop loving someone just because they'd hurt her. Instead she typed, "See you tomorrow." Then she turned off her phone and sat in the darkness, trying to prepare herself for walking back into Damien's world while her heart was still shattered. Friday morning came too fast. Elena dressed in the navy suit Vivian had specified, armor disguised as professional wear. She styled her hair in a severe bun, applied makeup with precision, put on the wedding rings she'd removed 3 days ago. The woman in the mirror looked composed, controlled, exactly like someone who belonged at a billionaire's side. She looked nothing like how Elena felt inside. The car arrived at 9 sharp. Not the town car from public appearances, a sleek black sedan with tinted windows and a driver who nodded without speaking. Elena slid into the back seat, her stomach churning. Manhattan passed in a blur of steel and glass. The Cross Industries building rose 47 stories in Midtown, all modern architecture and corporate power. Elena had never been here. Damien kept his business life carefully separated from everything else. But today she was crossing that boundary, entering his territory, playing her contracted role in his war with Marcus. Vivian met her in the lobby, platinum hair perfect, expression professionally neutral. You look ready to kill someone. Is that good or bad? For this meeting? Perfect. Vivian guided her toward private elevators. Boards already assembled. Damien's presenting the quarterly financials. Marcus is waiting to make his move during the inheritance discussion. What's his play? Vote of no confidence. He'll argue that Damien's sudden marriage proves he's making reckless personal decisions that compromise his business judgment. He has 3 board members ready to support him, enough to force a formal review of Damien's leadership. The elevator climbed in silence. Elena watched floor numbers tick upward, her pulse steady despite the adrenaline singing through her veins. This was just another performance. Another role. She'd played devoted wife at charity galas and city hall. She could play it in a boardroom. The 47th floor was all executive presence. Dark wood, expensive art, the kind of space designed to intimidate. Vivian led her through corridors to a conference room where voices carried through closed doors. Ready? Vivian asked. Elena straightened her spine. Let's destroy Marcus Hale. Vivian's smile was sharp and approving. She opened the door without knocking. The conference room fell silent. 12 board members sat around a massive table, presentations paused on screens behind them. Damien stood at the head mid-sentence, his expression freezing when he saw her. For one unguarded moment, Elena saw everything: relief, hope, fear, desperate gratitude, before his control slammed back into place. Marcus Hale sat 3 seats down, his expression shifting from surprise to calculation in seconds. "Mrs. Cross," he said, standing with practiced charm. "What a pleasant surprise. We didn't expect you. My husband's board meetings are always on my calendar." Elena moved to Damien's side, her heels clicking against hardwood with deliberate confidence. She touched his arm, a gesture that looked casual but felt like claiming territory. "I hope I'm not interrupting." "Not at all." Damien's voice was carefully neutral, but his hand covered hers briefly, a flash of warmth before professional distance returned. "We were just reviewing Q3 performance. Gentlemen, my wife Elena." Elena, the Cross Industries Board of Directors. She smiled, nodded, let them assess her while she assessed them back. Most looked curious but not hostile. 3, the ones Marcus had recruited, looked uncomfortable. Marcus himself looked like a man whose careful strategy had just encountered an unexpected variable. "Good. Please continue," Elena said, settling into the chair beside Damien's. "I'm just here to observe." The meeting resumed, but the energy had shifted. Damien's presentation was flawless. Revenue up 18%, 3 major acquisitions completed, expansion into new markets ahead of schedule. The numbers told a story of controlled growth and strategic brilliance. Marcus waited until the financial review concluded before making his move. "Before we discuss the inheritance situation," he said, his tone carefully concerned. I think we need to address the elephant in the room. Damien's sudden marriage, contracted less than 2 weeks ago, to someone he barely knew, raises questions about his judgment and decision-making. I fail to see how my personal life is relevant to quarterly performance, Damien said. It's relevant when your personal life is structured around a business transaction. Marcus pulled out a document, the marriage contract, somehow obtained despite confidentiality agreements. A 1-year arrangement with financial compensation. Separate bedrooms. Termination clause. This isn't a marriage, it's an acquisition disguised as romance to satisfy your grandfather's will. Several board members shifted uncomfortably. Elena felt Damien tense beside her, his control fracturing at the edges. She stood before he could respond. You're right, she said calmly. Our marriage started as a business arrangement. Damien needed a wife to secure his inheritance. I needed resources for my father's medical treatment. We negotiated terms that benefited both parties. Marcus's expression turned triumphant. Then you admit. I admit that we started with a contract. Just like every marriage starts with a legal agreement, we just happened to be more honest about the terms up front. Elena held his gaze, refusing to flinch. But here's what you don't understand, Mr. Hale. Contracts can evolve. Arrangements can become real. And sometimes the most honest relationships are the ones that start with clear expectations instead of romantic delusions. That's a convenient rationalization for what? For 2 adults making informed choices about their lives. Elena moved around the table, commanding the room. You want to question Damien's judgment? Let's talk about judgment. He identified a mutually beneficial arrangement and structured it with clear terms and exit strategies. He ensured all parties had legal representation and time to consider their options. He built in protections for the more vulnerable party, me, including continued medical coverage regardless of contract status. She stopped directly across from Marcus. That's not reckless judgment. That's exactly the kind of careful, strategic thinking that's made this company successful. The only person showing poor judgment here is the one who somehow obtained confidential legal documents and is using them to attack his former partner out of spite. The room was silent. Several board members were nodding. Marcus's face had gone red. My concern is legitimate, he said tightly. Damien has a history of manipulating people into arrangements that benefit him. Sophia Castellane is living in Paris, fully recovered, with a trust fund Damien established to support her indefinitely. Elena's voice turned cold. I spoke with her yesterday. She was very clear about who actually manipulated that situation, and it wasn't Damien. Marcus's expression flickered. You can't possibly. I have access to all the financial records. All the communications between you and Damien going back 15 years. All the evidence of how you knew about Robert Castellane's embezzlement and encouraged Damien to invest anyway because you wanted cover if the deal went bad. Elena pulled out her phone, pulling up documents. Should I share these with the board? Or would you like to withdraw your concerns about Damien's judgment? The silence stretched. Marcus's jaw worked, fury and calculation warring in his expression. Finally he sat back down. I think we've gotten off track, he said with forced calm. My concerns were about the inheritance situation, not ancient history. Then let's discuss the inheritance. Damien stood, his hand finding Elena's back, possessive, grateful, real. My grandfather's will requires marriage before my 39th birthday. I'm married. The requirement is satisfied. Unless you have legal grounds to challenge the marriage's legitimacy? Marcus said nothing. Then I move we proceed with the inheritance transfer as outlined in the original trust documents. Damien's voice was steel. All in favor? 9 hands went up immediately. The 3 board members Marcus had recruited hesitated, then raised their hands when it became clear the vote was already decided. Motion passes. Damien's expression remained neutral, but Elena felt the tension drain from his shoulders. Now, unless there are other concerns about my leadership, I suggest we move on to the expansion discussion. The meeting continued for another hour, but the war was over. Marcus sat in furious silence while Damien outlined plans for the next quarter. The board members who'd been swayed by Marcus's narrative now looked embarrassed, won back by Elena's defense and the clear evidence of strategic thinking. When the meeting finally adjourned, Marcus left without a word. The other board members congratulated Damien on his marriage, welcomed Elena to the family, made polite small talk about quarterly performance. Vivian appeared to usher them out with practiced efficiency. Then it was just Elena and Damien in the empty conference room, the city glittering 47 stories below. Thank you, Damien said quietly. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. Contract obligations. Elena kept her voice professional, though her hands were shaking. Public appearance as required. Convincing affection when being watched. I honored my agreement. Elena. Don't. She stepped back, creating distance. I came because I don't let Marcus Hale weaponize my pain. Because I honor my contracts even when I'm angry. But that doesn't mean I've forgiven you. That doesn't mean we're okay. I know. He looked gutted, exhausted, like a man who just won a battle but lost something more important. But you came. That means something. It means I keep my word. Nothing more. Elena moved toward the door, needing escape before her control shattered. I'll fulfill any remaining public obligations in the termination notice period. After that, we're done. Wait. Damien crossed the room in 3 strides, catching her hand. Please. Just 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. Elena's throat tightened. She should refuse, should maintain distance, should protect herself from more hurt. But something in his voice, raw and desperate and real, made her stop. 5 minutes, she said. Damien released her hand, running his fingers through his hair with uncharacteristic nervousness. I've been thinking about what you asked. Why I didn't just tell you about the medical payments. What I was afraid would happen if I'd been honest from the beginning. You already answered that. You were afraid I'd refuse help. That's the surface answer. But the real reason, the one I didn't want to admit even to myself, is that I was afraid you'd accept help and then leave anyway. His voice cracked. If I'd told you I was paying the bills, you would have been grateful. You would have thanked me, maybe offered to pay me back someday. But you wouldn't have stayed. You wouldn't have given me a chance to be part of your life beyond being the generous billionaire who helped in a crisis. Elena's chest ached. So you structured a contract that forced me to stay. I structured a contract that gave me time. Time to prove I was worth choosing. Time to show you that I could be more than just money and resources. Time to, he stopped, jaw clenching. Time to make you fall for me before you realized you didn't need me anymore. The confession hung between them like something fragile and devastating. That's not partnership, Elena whispered. That's manipulation. I know. But it's also the only way I knew how to ask for what I wanted without risking immediate rejection. Damien moved to the windows, staring out at Manhattan. You asked me once why I'm so terrified of vulnerability. The answer is I learned early that asking for things gets you hurt. That needing people makes you weak. That the only way to keep people close is to make yourself indispensable so they can't afford to leave. Who taught you that? My father. My grandfather. Every business mentor who praised me for being ruthless and punished me for showing emotion. His reflection in the glass looked haunted. I was 8 when my mother left. She told my father she couldn't live with someone so cold, so controlling, so incapable of vulnerability. He told me she was weak. That needing people was weakness. That the only way to survive was to make sure you never needed anyone more than they needed you. Elena's throat closed. Damien. I built my entire life around that principle. Made myself indispensable to business partners, employees, everyone in my orbit. Structured arrangements where I was always the one with more power, more control, more leverage. Because that way I couldn't be left. I could only be terminated per contract terms, which is different, cleaner, less personal. He turned to face her, and Elena saw tears he was fighting to control. And then I met you. And for the first time in 30 years, I wanted something I couldn't structure or control or acquire through careful negotiation. I wanted you to choose me. Not because you needed my money or my resources or my protection. Just because you wanted me. So you made sure I needed you first. Yes. The admission seemed to cost him everything. Because I'm a coward who'd rather manipulate someone into staying than risk being vulnerable enough to ask. Because I don't know how to need people without trying to control them. Because I'm still my father's son, no matter how much I've tried to be different. Elena stood frozen, processing. Understanding was crystallizing. Not forgiveness but comprehension of how someone could hurt her while thinking he was loving her. How control and care could look identical when filtered through a childhood that had taught vulnerability was weakness. What do you want from me? She asked quietly. Right now, in this moment. What do you actually want? Damien's control finally shattered. I want you to come home. I want to learn how to be vulnerable instead of controlling. I want to tear down every wall I've built and let you see all of me, the good, the bad, the parts I'm terrified will make you leave. I want to prove I can love you without manipulating you. That I can ask for what I need instead of structuring situations to get it. That's a lot of wants. I know. And I have no right to any of them. But you asked what I wanted, and that's the truth. He moved closer, stopping just outside her space. I want you, Elena. Not because the contract says so. Not because I've structured an arrangement that keeps you close. Just because you're the first person in 30 years who's made me want to be vulnerable more than I want to be safe. Elena's heart hammered. She could see the fear in his eyes, the desperate hope, the terrible vulnerability of someone who just dismantled every defense he had. This was what she'd asked for 3 days ago. Complete honesty, no controlled revelations, just raw truth. It was devastating and somehow exactly what she needed. I can't promise to come home, she said. Not yet. Not until I'm sure you can actually change instead of just promising to. What would that look like? Change you could trust. Elena considered, trying to articulate what she needed. Therapy. Real therapy, not just crisis management. Someone who can help you understand why you default to control and teach you different patterns. Done. I'll start this week. And transparency. Complete transparency. No more surprises, no more information gaps, no more structuring situations without telling me what you're doing. Agreed. His voice was steady despite the fear in his eyes. What else? Time. Real time where we're not performing for cameras or honoring contract obligations. Time to figure out if what we have is real or just the result of careful manipulation. Elena held his gaze. I need to know that if I choose you, I'm choosing freely. Not because you've structured the situation perfectly. Not because I feel obligated. But because I actually want this. How much time? I don't know. Weeks maybe. Maybe longer. She touched his face, feeling the tension in his jaw. Can you handle that? Me being uncertain while you're trying to change? No guarantees, no clear timeline, just trust that I'll come back if and when I'm ready? Damien leaned into her palm, his eyes closing briefly. It's going to kill me. But yes, I can handle it. Because you're worth the uncertainty. And if I decide I can't forgive you? If the damage is too deep? Then I'll honor the termination clause and make sure you're taken care of anyway. His hand covered hers, holding her palm against his face. Your father's treatment continues regardless. The trust fund I set up for you remains yours. And I'll spend the rest of my life trying to be better than the man who hurt you. Elena's throat burned. That's not control? That's consequences. I hurt you. I take responsibility for that, regardless of whether you choose to stay. He opened his eyes, gray and devastated and honest. I love you, Elena. I've loved you since I watched you defend that authentication with such fierce intelligence. I just didn't know how to love you without trying to own you. But I'm learning. And I'll keep learning whether you're there to see it or not. The confession broke something in her chest, the last wall of anger that had been protecting her from the grief underneath. She'd been so focused on his betrayal that she'd forgotten the truth beneath it. He'd been terrified of losing her. Terrified enough to manipulate, to control, to structure an elaborate trap because he didn't know how to simply ask her to choose him. It didn't make what he'd done right. But it made it comprehensible. Human. Forgivable, maybe, with time and proof of change. I need to go, she said, her voice thick. But Damien, thank you for being honest. For dismantling your defenses even though it terrifies you. That's the kind of vulnerability I need to see more of. You'll see it. I promise. He released her hand reluctantly. Can I call you? Or is that too much? You can call. But I might not always answer. Elena moved toward the door, needing distance before she made promises she wasn't ready to keep. And Damien? Get a therapist who specializes in attachment issues. Not someone who'll just validate your control patterns. Already researching. His smile was shaky, hopeful, real. Elena? What you did in that meeting, defending me to the board, destroying Marcus's narrative, that was the most terrifying and magnificent thing I've ever seen. I honored my contract. That's all. That's not all. You chose to honor it even though you were hurt. Even though walking away would have been easier. That's integrity. His voice dropped. That's love, even if you're not ready to call it that yet. Elena's eyes burned. She left before she could respond, before she could close the distance between them and kiss him the way her body was screaming to. Vivian was waiting by the elevators, her expression knowing. That looked intense, the PR director said. It was. Elena pressed the button for the lobby, her hands still shaking. Vivian? Thank you. For pushing me to come today. For reminding me that honoring commitments matters even when you're angry. That's what I'm here for. Strategic thinking when emotions run high. Vivian's smile turned gentle. For what it's worth, I think you two are going to be okay. Eventually. When you're both done being terrified of needing each other. The elevator doors closed, carrying Elena back down to street level, back to the world outside Damien's corporate empire. Her phone buzzed as she stepped onto the sidewalk. Damien, I meant what I said. I love you. And I'll prove I can love you without controlling you, even if it takes the rest of my life. Elena stared at the message, rain starting to fall again, Manhattan blurring into watercolor around her. She typed and deleted 3 different responses before settling on. I believe you want to. Now prove you can actually do it. She sent it and started walking, no destination in mind, just needing movement. Her father would want an update. Vivian would want a debrief. But right now, Elena needed to sit with everything that had happened. The board meeting, Damien's confession, the terrible understanding that loving someone didn't mean trusting them yet. Her phone buzzed one more time. Not Damien, Marcus, you made a mistake today. Defending him. You'll regret it. Elena stopped walking, fury crystallizing into clarity. She typed back, the only mistake I made was not destroying you sooner. But I'm a fast learner. And I have access to 15 years of your communications with Damien. So here's my advice. Drop the acquisition attempt, stop contacting me, and pray I don't decide to share what I found with the SEC. She sent it before she could second guess, then blocked his number. The rain was falling harder now, soaking through her navy suit, but Elena didn't care. She felt powerful, clear, more herself than she had in days. She'd honored her contract. She'd defended Damien without forgiving him. She'd demanded change and given him space to prove he could deliver it. And she'd destroyed Marcus Hale's acquisition attempt with the same fierce intelligence Damien had fallen for months ago. Elena smiled, tipping her face to the rain, and started walking back toward Brooklyn. Back to her father's brownstone, where she could process everything in peace. Back to herself, whoever that was now that she'd been Elena Morgan and Mrs. Cross and something in between. She didn't know if she'd forgive Damien. Didn't know if trust could be rebuilt from such damaged foundations. But she knew she was strong enough to find out. Strong enough to demand better. Strong enough to walk away if he couldn't change, or stay if he proved he could. Strong enough to choose, freely and without manipulation, what kind of future she actually wanted. And that was enough. For now. That was enough. Chapter 7. The Surrender. The therapist's office smelled like lavender and expensive leather. Elena sat in the waiting room of Dr. Sarachen's practice, her third Thursday afternoon here, watching rain streak the windows and trying not to check her phone. 2 weeks since the board meeting. 14 days of careful distance while Damien proved he could change patterns instead of just promising to. He'd been relentless about it. Therapy twice a week, daily check-ins with Vivian about transparency protocols, forwarding her copies of every major decision before he made it. Not asking for approval, just showing her the process. Proving he could operate without manufacturing scenarios. It was exhausting and somehow exactly what she needed to see. Her phone buzzed. Not Damien, her father. Treatment session done. Doc says I'm in full remission. Coming home next week. You should tell your husband. He's been calling the hospital every day to check on me. Elena's throat tightened. She'd been staying at the brownstone, sleeping in her childhood bed, rebuilding herself in the spaces between Damien's careful demonstrations of change. But her father was right. Damien deserved to know about the remission. Deserved to hear that his money, given secretly and used strategically, had actually saved a life. She typed back, I'll tell him. And Dad? Thank you for not pressuring me about this. I learned my lesson with your mother. Can't force people to forgive on your timeline. A pause then, but Lainey? Don't wait so long that you miss your chance. Pride is expensive. Sometimes it costs you everything. The door to Dr. Chen's office opened. A man emerged, late 30s, expensive suit, the kind of exhausted that came from corporate warfare. He nodded at Elena without recognition and left. Elena? Dr. Chen appeared in the doorway, her expression warm and professionally neutral. Come in. Elena had started therapy the week after the board meeting, needing someone objective to help her process betrayal and forgiveness and the complicated space between. Dr. Chen was good, direct without being harsh, insightful without being invasive. She'd helped Elena understand that trust wasn't binary, that forgiveness could be gradual, that loving someone who'd hurt you didn't make you weak. How are you feeling today? Dr. Chen asked as Elena settled into the familiar chair. Confused, angry, hopeful. All of it at once. Elena pulled out her phone, showing her father's text. He's in remission. The treatment worked. That's wonderful news. Dr. Chen's smile was genuine. How does it feel? Like I should be celebrating. Like I should call Damien immediately and thank him for making this possible. Elena's hands clenched around her phone. Like I'm a terrible person for still being angry that he manipulated me into a contract when he'd already solved the crisis. Those feelings aren't mutually exclusive. You can be grateful for the outcome and angry about the method. Dr. Chen leaned forward slightly. Have you thought more about what you need from Damien to rebuild trust? Proof that he can be vulnerable without controlling the outcome. That he can ask for what he needs instead of structuring situations to get it. Elena set down her phone. He's been good about transparency, forwarding me decisions, explaining his thinking, not hiding information. But I need to see him actually need me. Not just want me in his life but need me in a way that scares him. That's a high bar. He set a high bar for betrayal. I'm setting an equally high bar for forgiveness. Elena's voice was steady despite the ache in her chest. I need to know that if I go back, it's because he's genuinely changed. Not because he's gotten better at hiding his control patterns. Dr. Chin nodded slowly. What would genuine change look like to you? Elena considered, trying to articulate something she'd been feeling but not naming. Him making a decision that cost him something, power, control, leverage, because it's what I need. Not what he thinks I need but what I've explicitly asked for. Without trying to negotiate or structure it to minimize his risk. Have you told him that? Not directly. I've been waiting to see if he'd figure it out himself. Elena's laugh was bitter. Which is probably unfair. I'm asking him to be vulnerable while I stay protected. That's not partnership either. No, it's not. But it's understandable given what happened. Dr. Chen's expression turned thoughtful. In my experience, the hardest part of rebuilding trust isn't the big gestures. It's the daily choice to be honest even when lying would be easier. To ask instead of assume. To respect boundaries even when you disagree with them. Damien's been doing that. Daily transparency, asking before acting, respecting my space even though I know it's killing him. Elena's throat tightened. He sent me a copy of his therapy notes last week. Not the actual sessions, those are confidential, but his own notes afterward. What he's learning, what patterns he's recognizing, what he's trying to change. How did that feel? Terrifying. Like he was handing me ammunition to hurt him. Elena pulled up the email on her phone, rereading words she'd memorized. Realized today that I've been confusing protection with possession. That I tell myself I'm keeping people safe when really I'm keeping them controlled. Dr. Morrison asked what I'm afraid will happen if I stop controlling situations. Answer: people will leave. Follow-up question: what if they leave because you're controlling them? Don't have an answer yet. That's profound self-awareness, Dr. Chin said. It's also calculated vulnerability. He knows sharing this will make me more likely to forgive him. Elena set down her phone. See? I can't even accept his honesty without questioning his motives. That's what manipulation does. It poisons everything, even genuine change. Or it teaches you to be cautious. Which isn't the same as cynical. Dr. Chen's voice was gentle. Elena, I've been doing this for 20 years. I've seen a lot of people try to change and fail. But I've also seen people succeed when they're motivated by genuine fear of loss rather than fear of consequences. Which one do you think is motivating Damien? Elena thought about the board meeting, about Damien's devastated expression when she'd said she needed time. About the therapy notes and daily transparency and the way he'd stopped trying to control her response to his efforts. Fear of loss, she admitted. He's terrified I won't come back. But he's respecting my timeline anyway. That's significant growth for someone whose default is control. Dr. Chin paused. So the question isn't whether he's changed enough. It's whether you're ready to risk trusting him again. I don't know if I am. Then take more time. But Elena, don't wait so long that you miss your chance to find out if what you two had was real. Sometimes the bravest thing is choosing to be vulnerable again, even after you've been hurt. The session continued for another 30 minutes, but Elena's mind kept circling back to her father's text. Pride is expensive. Sometimes it costs you everything. When she finally left Dr. Chen's office, the rain had stopped and Manhattan was emerging into one of those crystalline autumn afternoons where everything looked sharp and possible. Elena stood on the sidewalk, phone in hand, trying to decide what to do. She could call Damien, tell him about the remission, maintain the careful distance they'd been navigating. Or she could do something reckless and brave and terrifying. She could go to him. Elena pulled up her messages, finding the thread with Vivian. Is Damien at the penthouse or the office? The response came immediately, penthouse. Working from home today. What? Because I'm done being careful. Finally. He's been miserable. Go easy on him. No promises. Elena flagged down a cab, giving the Tribeca address before she could second guess. The drive took 15 minutes through afternoon traffic, 15 minutes of her heart hammering and her mind spinning through everything she wanted to say. The doorman recognized her, waving her through without question. The elevator carried her up 43 floors, and Elena watched the numbers climb while trying to remember how to breathe. The doors opened directly into the penthouse. Nothing had changed. Same minimalist furniture, same expensive art, same floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Manhattan. But it felt different somehow. Less like a showroom, more like a home she'd briefly inhabited. Damien stood at the windows, phone to his ear, his back to the elevator. He wore jeans and a dark sweater, casual clothes that made him look younger, more vulnerable. His voice carried across the space, professional but warm. "Appreciate you taking my call, Robert. I know it's been years." Pause. "I wanted to apologize. For the Castellane deal, for not protecting Sophia better, for letting my ambition blind me to the damage I was causing. You deserved better from me." She deserved better. Elena froze, her breath catching. This was the call Damien had been avoiding for 5 years, the apology he'd been too afraid to make. "I understand if you can't forgive me," Damien continued, "but I needed you to know that I've been supporting Sophia. Anonymously, through a trust. And I'll continue to, regardless of whether you want contact with me. She deserves stability after everything she went through." Another pause. Elena could hear Robert Castellane's voice through the phone, though not the words. "Thank you for saying that. And Robert? I'm in therapy now. Learning to recognize my patterns, to ask for what I need instead of manipulating situations. His voice cracked slightly. "It's the hardest thing I've ever done. But I'm trying to be better than the man who hurt your daughter." The call ended. Damien set down his phone with careful precision, his shoulders tight with tension. Elena cleared her throat. He spun, his expression cycling through surprise, hope, fear in rapid succession. "Elena. I didn't. How long have you been standing there?" "Long enough." She moved into the living room, maintaining distance. "You called Robert Castellane. I've been working up to it for 2 weeks. My therapist suggested it, making amends to people I've hurt, even if they don't forgive me." Damien's hands clenched and unclenched. "I should have done it years ago. But I was too afraid of facing what I'd done." "What did he say?" "That he appreciated the apology. That Sophia's doing well in Paris, that the trust fund has given her stability she needed. That he doesn't forgive me yet, but he respects that I'm trying to change." Damien's voice was raw. He also said something else. He said the real test of whether I've changed isn't how I treat people I've wronged in the past. It's how I treat the people I love now. Elena's throat tightened. "That's why you've been so transparent. Forwarding me decisions, sharing therapy notes, respecting my space. I'm trying to prove I can love you without controlling you. That I can be vulnerable without structuring the outcome." He moved closer, stopping just outside her space. "But Elena, I'm terrified. Every day you're not here, I'm convinced you're not coming back. That I've destroyed something irreparable. That I'll spend the rest of my life trying to be better for someone who's already gone." "I'm not gone." The words came out steadier than she felt. "I'm right here." "Are you?" His eyes searched hers, desperate and honest. "Because you're physically present but emotionally miles away. And I don't know how to close that distance without falling back into old patterns. Without trying to control your response or structure a scenario where you have to choose me." Elena studied him. This complicated man who'd hurt her while thinking he was loving her, who was trying so hard to change that it was written in every tense line of his body. She could see the cost of the past 2 weeks in the shadows under his eyes, the weight he'd lost, the way his hands trembled slightly before he shoved them in his pockets. "My father's in remission," she said quietly. Damien's expression shifted. Relief, joy, something that looked like grief. God, Elena, that's incredible. When did you find out?" "An hour ago. He's coming home next week." She pulled out her phone, showing him the text. "He said you've been calling the hospital every day to check on him. I needed to know he was okay. That the treatment was working. That my money was actually saving his life instead of just—" He stopped, jaw clenching. "Instead of just being another way to keep you tied to me. Is that what you thought? That I'd stay because of my father's treatment? I hoped you'd stay because you wanted to. But I knew the treatment was insurance. A reason you couldn't completely walk away even if you wanted to." His voice turned bitter. "See? Even my good intentions are contaminated by control. I can't seem to help people without also trying to leverage that help. What if you could?" Elena moved closer, her heart hammering. "What if you could help without leverage? Give without expecting return? Love without trying to possess? I don't know how." The confession seemed torn from him. I've been trying to figure it out in therapy, but Dr. Morrison keeps saying the same thing. I have to be willing to lose you to prove I can love you freely. And I don't know if I'm strong enough for that. Then let me make it easier. Elena closed the remaining distance between them, close enough to feel his heat. I'm choosing you, Damien. Not because of the contract or my father's treatment or any arrangement you've structured. I'm choosing you because I've seen you try to change. Because you called Robert Castellane even though it terrified you. Because you've been transparent even when it cost you control. Because you're learning to be vulnerable. His breath caught. Elena. I'm not saying I've completely forgiven you. I'm not saying the trust is rebuilt. But I'm saying I'm willing to try. To give us a real chance without contracts or termination clauses or exit strategies. She touched his face, feeling the tension in his jaw. I'm saying I love you. Even though you hurt me. Even though I'm still angry. Even though I don't know if this will work. I love you enough to be vulnerable again. Damien's control shattered. He pulled her close with desperate intensity, his face buried in her hair, his body shaking with what might have been sobs or relief or both. Elena held him, feeling his heart hammer against hers, understanding with terrible clarity that this was what vulnerability looked like, messy and terrifying and real. I love you, he whispered against her hair. I love you so much it scares me. I love you enough to let you go if that's what you need. But God, Elena, I'm so grateful you're choosing to stay. I'm not staying because you've earned it. I'm staying because I want to. Elena pulled back enough to see his face, to watch tears track down his cheeks without shame. But Damien, if you ever lie to me again, if you ever manipulate a situation instead of asking for what you need, if you ever choose control over honesty, I'm gone. No second chances. No renegotiation. Just done. Understood. His hands framed her face with careful reverence. I'll be transparent. I'll ask instead of assume. I'll be vulnerable even when it terrifies me. And if I slip, because I probably will, I'll own it immediately instead of trying to justify it. That's all I need. Honesty and effort and the willingness to fail without hiding it. Elena rose on her toes, pressing her forehead to his. We're going to mess this up sometimes. Both of us. But we'll mess it up together instead of running. Together? Damien echoed like a vow. Elena? Can I kiss you? Not because I think I've earned it, but because I've been dying to for 2 weeks and I'm trying to ask instead of just taking. Elena's laugh was shaky, relieved. Yes. God, yes. He kissed her like a man who'd been drowning and just found air, desperate and careful and absolutely real. His hands were gentle on her face, his mouth soft against hers, every touch asking permission instead of demanding response. Elena opened for him, letting him in, choosing this moment and this man and this terrifying leap into vulnerability. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Damien rested his forehead against hers. I don't deserve you. Probably not. But I'm choosing you anyway. Elena's hand slid to his chest, feeling his heart race beneath her palms. Now take me upstairs. Not to the guest room, to your room. Because I'm done sleeping alone, and I think you are too. Something dark and hungry moved through his expression. Elena, I need. He stopped, struggling with words. I need you to understand that if we do this, I'm not going to be able to maintain distance anymore. I'm going to want you constantly. I'm going to be territorial and possessive and probably overwhelming. I know. She caught his hand, lacing their fingers together. But here's the difference, now I'm choosing it. Now I want your territorial intensity and your constant awareness and your overwhelming presence. Because it's not control anymore. It's just how you love. How I love, he repeated like he was testing the words. I can work with that. As long as you promise to call me on it if I cross lines. Always. Elena tugged him toward the stairs. Now stop overthinking and take me to bed. We've wasted 2 weeks being careful. I'm done being careful. Damien followed, his hand tight around hers, his expression caught between disbelief and desperate hope. They climbed to the master suite, a space Elena had never entered, always staying in the blue room, maintaining boundaries that had felt necessary until now. The room was exactly what she'd expected. Minimalist, expensive, dominated by a massive bed with charcoal linens. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of Manhattan that probably cost more per month than most people's mortgages. Everything controlled, everything perfect, everything designed to project power. Except for the small details that made it human. A book on the nightstand, reading glasses beside it, a framed photo of what looked like a younger Damien with an older man who must have been his grandfather. Evidence of a life lived beyond corporate warfare and careful arrangements. I've imagined you here, Damien said quietly. Every night for 2 weeks. Imagined you choosing to come upstairs instead of staying in the guest room. Imagined what it would feel like to have you in my space without contracts or obligations. And now I'm here. Elena turned to face him, her pulse racing. What do you want to do about it? His eyes darkened, that familiar hunger surfacing. Everything. But I'm going to start by asking, what do you need? What do you want? Because this isn't about me taking what I've been craving. This is about us choosing each other freely. The question was so unexpected, so perfectly what she needed, that Elena's throat tightened. I need you to be honest. Something feels good, tell me. If you want something specific, ask for it. No more controlled reactions or strategic responses. Just real. I can do real. He moved closer, his hands settling at her waist with careful possession. Real as I've been dreaming about touching you since the night you signed the contract. Real as I want to learn every sound you make, every place that makes you gasp. Real as I'm terrified I'll mess this up because I want you so much I can barely think straight. Elena's breath caught. That's a good start. Real as also, he stopped, jaw clenching. Real as I need you to tell me if I'm being too intense. Too possessive. Too much. Because my default is overwhelming, and I don't always recognize when I'm crossing lines. I'll tell you. Elena's hand slid up his chest, feeling muscle and heat beneath soft cashmere. But Damien? I like intense. I like possessive. I like overwhelming when it comes from a place of genuine feeling instead of strategic control. So stop worrying about being too much and just be yourself. Something in him seemed to unlock at that. His kiss was harder this time, hungrier, his hands tightening on her waist as he walked her backward toward the bed. Elena went willingly, her own need rising to meet his. 2 weeks of careful distance dissolving into heat and want and the terrible relief of finally touching him without barriers. They fell onto the bed together, a tangle of limbs and desperate hands and mouths that couldn't get close enough. Damien's weight pressed her into expensive sheets, solid and real and exactly what she'd been craving. His hands found the hem of her sweater, pausing. Can I? He asked against her mouth. Yes. God, yes. Elena arched into his touch, helping him remove the sweater, then his own. Skin against skin, heat and friction and the sound of their breathing harsh in the quiet room. You're so beautiful, Damien murmured, his mouth tracing her collarbone, her shoulder, the curve of her breast through her bra. I've been dying to touch you like this. To have you in my bed without contracts between us. Then touch me. Elena's hands found his hair, holding him close. Stop asking permission and just feel. He did. His hands mapped her body with reverent intensity, learning curves and sensitive places, cataloging every gasp and moan like he was memorizing her responses. Elena gave herself over to sensation, to the careful way he learned what she liked, to the questions he asked with his hands and mouth instead of words. When he finally removed the rest of their clothes, when they were skin to skin with nothing between them, Damien paused. His eyes held hers with uncomfortable intensity. I love you, he said. I need you to know that. This isn't just physical. This is me choosing you with everything I have. I know. Elena pulled him down into another kiss, deep and slow and full of promise. I love you too. Even though you're complicated and controlling and probably going to drive me crazy. Definitely going to drive you crazy. His smile was real, unguarded, beautiful. But you'll drive me crazy right back. That's what makes us work. They made love slowly, learning each other's rhythms, finding the places where intensity and tenderness overlapped. Damien was careful and overwhelming all at once. Checking in with whispered questions, responding to every sound she made, letting her see his control fracture as pleasure built between them. When they finally came together, when Elena felt him shake apart above her while she fell into her own release, it felt like more than physical intimacy. It felt like trust rebuilding, like vulnerability rewarded, like two people choosing each other despite damage and fear and the terrible risk of being known completely. Afterward, they lay tangled in sheets that smelled like cedar and sex, Manhattan glittering beyond the windows. Damien's hand traced lazy patterns on her back, his breathing steady against her hair. Thank you, he said quietly. For what? For coming back. For choosing me even though I didn't deserve it. For being brave enough to be vulnerable again. His arms tightened around her. I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to be worth that choice. You already are. Elena pressed a kiss to his chest, right over his heart. Imperfect and trying is worth more than perfect and distant. I'd rather have your messy honesty than your controlled perfection. Good. Because messy honesty is all I've got left. He tilted her face up, his expression serious. Elena? I want to burn the contract. Literally. No more termination clauses or financial arrangements or structured obligations. Just us figuring this out as we go. Elena's breath caught. That's a big gesture. It's a necessary one. I need to prove I can commit to you without legal safety nets. That I trust us enough to not have an exit strategy. His thumb stroked her cheekbone. Unless you want to keep it? As insurance. No. The answer came without hesitation. Burn it. I don't want insurance or exit strategies either. Just us choosing each other every day. Damien kissed her, soft and reverent and full of relief. Then he disentangled himself from the sheets, padding naked across the room to his desk. He pulled the contract from a locked drawer, the original, signed in his penthouse study at midnight 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks that felt like a lifetime. He carried it to the fireplace, Elena following wrapped in his sheet. They stood together in the dying afternoon light, the contract between them one final time. Any last words? Damien asked. Thank you for the arrangement. But I prefer the reality. Elena touched the pages, feeling expensive paper and clinical terms that had once defined their relationship. Burn it. He did. They watched the contract curl and blacken and turn to ash, smoke carrying away termination clauses and financial compensation and every careful structure Damien had built to keep her close. When it was gone, nothing remained but two people and the choice to stay. Now what? Elena asked. Now we figure out what real partnership looks like. Without contracts or arrangements or any of my usual control mechanisms. Damien pulled her close, the sheet falling away, nothing between them but skin and trust and terrible vulnerability. Now we just love each other and hope that's enough. It will be. Elena's hands traced his face, learning new lines of tension and relief. As long as we're honest. As long as we choose this every day instead of just once. Every day, he agreed. Starting now. They made love again as the sun set, slower this time, learning that vulnerability could be pleasure instead of pain. That choosing each other freely felt different than obligation. That love without control was terrifying and perfect and exactly what they both needed. Later, wrapped in sheets in each other, Elena's phone buzzed with a text from her father. Did you tell him about the remission? She showed Damien the message. He smiled, pressing a kiss to her temple. Tell him thank you. For raising someone strong enough to call me on my bullshit and brave enough to forgive me anyway. Elena typed back, told him. We're figuring things out. And Dad? You were right. Pride is expensive. But vulnerability is priceless. The response came quickly, that's my girl. Bring him to Thanksgiving. I want to make sure he knows what he's getting into. Your father wants you to bring me to Thanksgiving, Elena said. Damien's expression turned nervous. Do you want me there? Yes. But fair warning, he's going to threaten to break your legs again. It's kind of his thing. I can handle that. As long as I get to be there with you. He pulled her closer, his voice dropping. As long as you keep choosing me, I can handle anything. Elena settled against his chest, listening to his heartbeat steady and strong beneath her ear. Outside, Manhattan glittered with all its sharp-edged promise. Inside, two people were learning that love without control was possible. Difficult, terrifying, imperfect. But possible. I'm going to mess this up sometimes, Damien said quietly. Fall back into old patterns. Try to control situations instead of trusting you. I know. And I'm going to call you on it every time. Elena's hand found his, lacing their fingers together. But I'm also going to mess up. Be too independent, push you away when I'm scared, forget that asking for help isn't weakness. Then we'll mess up together. And fix it together. And keep choosing each other anyway. He kissed her knuckles, the gesture tender and possessive all at once. That's what partnership means, right? Not perfection, just commitment to doing better. Exactly. Elena closed her eyes, feeling safe and chosen and exactly where she belonged. Now stop overthinking and go to sleep. We have the rest of our lives to figure this out. The rest of our lives, Damien echoed like a promise. I like the sound of that. They fell asleep tangled together, no contracts between them, no arrangements or obligations or carefully structured safety nets. Just two people who'd chosen each other freely, who'd learned that vulnerability was braver than control, that love without possession was possible. Just two people, imperfect and trying, building something real from the ashes of manipulation and fear. Just two people finally home. Chapter 8, The Reckoning. The morning after felt like waking into a different life. Elena opened her eyes to November light filtering through floor-to-ceiling windows, Damien's arm heavy across her waist, his breathing steady against her neck. The master suite looked different in daylight, less like a showroom, more like a space they'd claimed together. Their clothes formed a trail from door to bed, evidence of last night's surrender. Her phone showed 7:42 a.m. and 6 missed calls. All from the same unknown number. Elena carefully extracted herself from Damien's embrace, grabbing his discarded sweater and padding to the windows. Manhattan stretched below, sharp and clear in the cold morning. She called her voicemail, expecting Vivian or her father or another blocked number from Marcus. Instead, a woman's voice. "Ms. Morgan, this is Detective Sarah Park, NYPD Financial Crimes Unit. I need to speak with you regarding Marcus Hale and Cross Industries. It's urgent. Please call me back at this number immediately." Elena's stomach dropped. She played the message again, her mind spinning through implications. Financial crimes. Marcus. The acquisition attempt that had collapsed at the board meeting 2 weeks ago. What's wrong? She turned to find Damien awake, propped on one elbow, his expression shifting from sleepy contentment to alert concern in seconds. Even rumpled and naked, he radiated controlled intensity. NYPD Financial Crimes Unit called. 6 times. They want to talk to me about Marcus. Elena held up her phone. Detective Sarah Park. Do you know her? Damien's jaw tightened. No. But I know why she's calling. He threw back the sheets, moving with sudden urgency. Get dressed. We need to call my lawyer before you return that call. Damien, what's going on? Marcus is escalating. The board meeting didn't go his way, so he's trying a different angle. He pulled on jeans with sharp movements, his control fracturing at the edges. He's probably filed some kind of complaint. Fraud, coercion, financial manipulation. Something designed to tie me up in legal proceedings and damage my credibility. Elena's chest tightened. But we destroyed his narrative. The board sided with you. Which makes him desperate. And desperate men do reckless things. Damien found his phone, already dialing. Richard? I need you at the penthouse immediately. NYPD Financial Crimes is calling Elena. Yes, I know what that means. Get here now. He hung up, turning to Elena with an expression that was part fear, part fury. I need you to not call that detective back until Richard gets here. Whatever Marcus is claiming, we need to know the full scope before you engage. You think he's trying to implicate me in something. I think he's trying to use you as leverage. Make you look like an accomplice or a victim, depending on which narrative serves him better. Damien moved closer, his hands settling on her shoulders. Elena, I need you to trust me on this. Don't talk to the police without a lawyer present. Don't try to defend me or explain our arrangement. Just wait. The old Elena, the one from 3 weeks ago, would have bristled at being told what to do. But this Elena understood the difference between control and protection. Understood that Damien's fear came from experience, not manipulation. Okay, she said. We wait for Richard. But Damien, you need to tell me everything. What could Marcus possibly have on you that involves financial crimes? His hands dropped, his expression going carefully blank. Nothing legitimate. But he's good at making legitimate things look suspicious when taken out of context. That's not an answer. I know. He moved to the windows, staring out at Manhattan with tension radiating through his shoulders. The medical payments I made for your father, they came from a personal account, not corporate funds. But Marcus could argue I was using company resources to facilitate a fraudulent marriage arrangement. That I was essentially bribing you into a contract to satisfy my grandfather's will. Elena's stomach turned. But that's not. We had a legitimate agreement. We had a contract that looks exactly like the kind of arrangement prosecutors love to investigate. Wealthy man, desperate woman, financial transaction disguised as marriage. His voice turned bitter. Marcus doesn't need to prove anything. He just needs to create enough smoke that people assume fire. Enough doubt that my business partners start questioning my judgment again. So he's weaponizing our relationship. Again. He's weaponizing the truth, which is more effective than lying. Damien turned to face her, his expression devastated. I'm sorry, Elena. I brought you into this. I structured an arrangement that could be twisted into something criminal. And now you're going to be interrogated by police because I couldn't just ask you to marry me like a normal person. Elena crossed to him, catching his face between her hands. Stop. We made choices together. Yes, you structured the initial arrangement. But I signed the contract. I agreed to the terms. I'm not a victim here, I'm a participant. And if Marcus wants to twist that into something criminal, We'll fight it together. You don't understand what you're agreeing to. Financial crimes investigations are brutal. They'll go through every transaction, every communication, every piece of evidence looking for intent to defraud. They'll question your father, your friends, everyone in your life. They'll make you feel like a criminal even if you've done nothing wrong. Then we'll handle it. Together. Elena held his gaze, refusing to flinch. You promised transparency. You promised to let me stand beside you instead of protecting me from consequences. So let me. Let me be your partner in this, not someone you're shielding. Damien's control cracked. He pulled her close, his face buried in her hair, his body shaking with something that might have been fear or relief. I can't lose you. Not now. Not when I've just figured out how to love you without controlling you. You're not going to lose me. Elena's arms tightened around him. But you need to trust that I'm strong enough to handle whatever's coming. That I chose you knowing there would be complications. That I'm not running just because things got difficult. The elevator chimed. Richard Castellano emerged with his ever-present leather portfolio and an expression of grim determination. Behind him came Vivian, looking uncharacteristically rattled. Tell me everything, Richard said without preamble. Who called, what they said, what you've disclosed so far. Elena recounted the voicemail while Richard took notes with mechanical precision. Damien stood beside her, his hand at her back, not controlling, just present. Anchoring. Detective Park is good, Richard said when she finished. Thorough, ethical, doesn't play games. If she's calling you directly instead of going through Damien's legal team, it means Marcus filed a complaint that specifically names you as either a witness or a person of interest. Person of interest in what? Most likely conspiracy to commit fraud. Marcus's angle will be that you and Damien colluded to create a fraudulent marriage to satisfy the inheritance requirement. That the medical payments were bribes. That the entire arrangement was a criminal conspiracy disguised as a legitimate contract. Richard pulled out documents, spreading them across the kitchen island. He's probably claiming he discovered the truth and reported it out of civic duty. Vivian made a disgusted sound. He's claiming whistleblower status. That's why he went to the police instead of just filing civil complaints. He wants immunity for his own questionable activities by positioning himself as the one who exposed yours. Elena's mind raced through implications. But we have the contract. We have documentation of everything. How is any of that criminal? Intent matters. If the prosecution can prove you never intended the marriage to be real, that it was purely a business transaction designed to defraud the trust, then the contract becomes evidence of conspiracy rather than defense. Richard's expression was grave. And Marcus has been collecting evidence. Communications between you and Damien, financial records, probably testimony from people who've observed your relationship. He's building a case that you were paid to pretend to be in love. Which we were, Elena said quietly. Initially. The contract was explicit about that. Which is why we're in trouble. Damien's voice was flat. We documented our fraud in legally binding terms. It's not fraud if both parties understood the terms and no one was deceived. Richard pulled out his phone. But we need to get ahead of this. Elena, you're going to call Detective Park back, with me on the line, and agree to an interview. We'll be cooperative, transparent, and completely honest about the nature of your arrangement. Is that smart? Vivian asked. Giving them ammunition? Smarter than looking like we're hiding something. Marcus's entire strategy depends on making this look suspicious. We counter by being so open it's boring. Richard looked at Elena. Can you do that? Walk into an interview and explain, in detail, how you agreed to marry a billionaire for money. Elena's throat tightened. You want me to make it sound transactional. I want you to make it sound exactly like what it was. A legal arrangement between consenting adults that evolved into a genuine relationship. No shame, no apology, just facts. Richard's expression softened slightly. Elena, the truth is your best defense here. You didn't defraud anyone. You entered a contract with clear terms, fulfilled your obligations, and fell in love in the process. That's not criminal, it's just complicated. When? Elena asked. Today. This morning if possible. The longer we wait, the more it looks like we're coordinating stories. Richard was already dialing. I'm calling Detective Park now. You'll meet her at her office at 11. Damien won't be there, they'll want to interview you separately to check for inconsistencies. I want to be there, Damien said immediately. You can't be. It'll look like you're coaching her. Richard held up a hand before Damien could argue. Trust your wife to handle this. Trust that she's strong enough to tell the truth without you managing the situation. The words hit like a physical blow. Elena felt Damien tense beside her, saw the war between his instinct to control and his promise to trust play out across his face. This was the test, whether he could let her walk into danger without trying to structure the outcome. Okay, Damien said finally, the words seeming to cost him everything. But I want updates every 30 minutes. And if they even hint at charging her with something, we shut it down immediately. Agreed. Richard returned to his call, speaking in low tones with Detective Park. When he hung up, his expression was carefully neutral. Interviews at 11. Precinct in Midtown. Plan for 2 to 3 hours. They'll record everything, so be precise with your language. Don't speculate, don't editorialize, just answer the questions asked. Elena nodded, her mind already shifting into the focused calm she used for high-stakes authentication work. This was just another kind of verification, proving the truth of her relationship through evidence and testimony. I need to shower and change, she said. Something professional but not defensive. What says, I have nothing to hide? Navy suit, minimal jewelry, hair down. Vivian was already moving toward the guest room. I'll pull options. Richard, send me the interview protocol so I can prep her on optics. They scattered into efficient motion, leaving Elena and Damien alone in the kitchen. He looked gutted, his control barely holding. I'm sorry, he said quietly. This is my fault. I created this situation. I structured an arrangement that could be twisted into something criminal. And now you're going to be interrogated because I couldn't just stop. Elena caught his hand, lacing their fingers together. We've been through this. We made choices together. Yes, you initiated the arrangement. But I agreed to it. I signed the contract. I'm not a victim of your manipulation. I'm your partner. And partners face consequences together. I don't know how to let you walk into that interview without trying to control the outcome. I know. But you're going to do it anyway. Because that's what trust looks like. Elena rose on her toes, pressing a kiss to his jaw. I'll be fine. I'll tell the truth. And then I'll come home and we'll figure out whatever comes next. Promise? Promise? She squeezed his hand once more, then released it. Now let me get ready. And Damien? Stop catastrophizing. We have documentation of everything. We have witnesses who can verify our relationship is real now. We have nothing to hide. Except the part where I paid your father's medical bills for months without telling you. Which I'll explain as you being terrible at asking for what you want. Not criminal, just emotionally stunted. Elena's smile was wry. Trust me. I've been practicing honesty. I'm good at it now. She left him standing in the kitchen, his expression caught between pride and terror, and went to prepare for the interview that would either clear them or destroy everything they'd built. The NYPD Financial Crimes Unit occupied the third floor of a midtown precinct that smelled like burnt coffee and bureaucratic exhaustion. Detective Sarah Park was exactly what Elena expected. Mid-40s, sharp eyes, the kind of professional competence that came from years of sorting truth from lies. Ms. Morgan. Thank you for coming in. Park gestured to a conference room with recording equipment already set up. This is Detective James Chin, my partner. We're going to record this interview. You have the right to have your attorney present. He's here. Richard settled into the chair beside Elena, his portfolio open and ready. Let's begin. Park ran through preliminaries, name, address, relationship to Damien Cross. Then, can you describe the circumstances under which you met Mr. Cross? Elena took a breath, centering herself. His lawyer approached me at a hospital where my father was receiving treatment for terminal cancer. He offered me a business arrangement, 1 year of marriage in exchange for payment of my father's medical bills and $2 million upon completion of the contract. And you agreed to this arrangement? Yes. After reviewing the contract terms with legal counsel and confirming my father's treatment would begin immediately. Park made notes, her expression neutral. Did you know Mr. Cross before this offer? No. I'd seen him at a gallery event weeks earlier, but we'd never spoken. So a stranger offered you money to marry him and you agreed. A stranger offered me a legal contract with clear terms and exit strategies. I agreed because my father was dying and I had no other options to fund his treatment. Elena held Park's gaze. I'm not ashamed of that choice. I did what I needed to do to save my father's life. Did Mr. Cross ever indicate why he needed a wife? His grandfather's will required him to be married before his 39th birthday to receive his inheritance. Without it, his shares in Cross Industries would transfer to a trust controlled by his business partners. Including Marcus Hale? Yes. Park leaned forward slightly. Mr. Hale has filed a complaint alleging that your marriage to Damien Cross was a fraudulent arrangement designed to circumvent the legitimate terms of the trust. That you were paid to pretend to be in love. That the entire relationship is a criminal conspiracy. The marriage started as a business arrangement, Elena said carefully. The contract was explicit about that. But it evolved into a genuine relationship. I fell in love with my husband. That's not criminal, it's just complicated. When did it evolve? Gradually. Over the first 2 weeks of the marriage. Elena pulled out her phone, showing the text thread with Damien. These are our communications. You can see the shift from transactional to personal. You can see us negotiating new terms, being honest about feelings, choosing each other beyond the contract requirements. Park scrolled through messages, her expression unreadable. These could be fabricated. They're not. And I have witnesses, Vivian Laurent, my father, even Sophia Castellane, who can verify that our relationship became real. Elena's voice was steady. Detective, I understand why this looks suspicious. Wealthy man, desperate woman, financial transaction disguised as marriage. But the truth is we entered a legal arrangement with clear terms, and then we fell in love. That's not fraud. That's just life being more complicated than contracts. What about the medical payments? Chin spoke for the first time. We have records showing Mr. Cross paid your father's bills starting in August, 2 months before the contract was signed. Elena's stomach dropped, but she kept her voice level. I discovered that 3 weeks ago. I was angry that he hadn't told me. I left him because of it. But you came back. Yes. After taking time to process and understand his motivations. Elena met Chen's gaze directly. Damien paid those bills because he saw someone he cared about suffering and he wanted to help. He didn't tell me because he knew I'd refuse out of pride. Was it manipulative? Yes. Was it criminal? No. It was just a man who's terrible at asking for what he wants, trying to help someone he loved. You're saying he loved you before the contract? I'm saying he was interested in me. The love came later, after we'd spent time together. After we'd been honest about our fears and failures and the ways we'd hurt each other. Elena's throat tightened. Detective Park, I know this looks bad. I know Marcus Hale has probably given you a narrative where I'm either a gold digger or a victim. But the truth is I'm neither. I'm just a woman who made a difficult choice to save her father's life, who fell in love with a complicated man, and who's trying to build something real from a transactional beginning. Park studied her for a long moment. Mr. Hale claims you were coerced. That the power imbalance between you and Mr. Cross made genuine consent impossible. Mr. Hale is using feminist language to disguise his vendetta. Elena's voice turned hard. Yes, there was a power imbalance. Yes, I was desperate. But I had legal counsel, I had time to consider my options, and I had an exit strategy built into the contract. Damien didn't coerce me, he offered me a choice when I had none. That's not abuse. That's just uncomfortable reality. Some would argue that offering money to someone in crisis is inherently coercive. Some would be wrong. Elena leaned forward. Detective, I've spent the past 3 weeks in therapy processing this relationship. I've examined it from every angle, the manipulation, the control, the ways Damien structured situations to get what he wanted. And yes, there are problematic elements. But coercion requires removing someone's agency. Damien gave me more agency than I had before, he just did it in a way that also served his interests. That's not criminal. That's just how relationships work when you're honest about the transactional elements. Park made more notes. Walk me through the contract terms. Elena did, explaining every clause with the precision of someone who'd read it 100 times. The marriage duration, the financial compensation, the public appearance requirements, the termination clause. She showed them the addendum about renegotiation, the burned contract, the evolution from arrangement to partnership. We documented everything, she said. Every change, every negotiation, every shift in our relationship. Because we knew it looked suspicious. Because we wanted to be able to prove, if necessary, that we were acting in good faith. Or because you wanted to cover your tracks, Chin suggested. If we were covering our tracks, we would have destroyed the evidence. Instead, we kept meticulous records. Richard pulled out documents. Original contract, amendments, financial records showing all payments were properly documented and taxed. Text messages, emails, witness statements. Everything you need to verify that this was a legitimate arrangement that evolved into a genuine relationship. The interview continued for another 2 hours. Park and Chin asked about specific dates, specific conversations, specific moments when the relationship had shifted from transactional to real. Elena answered with careful honesty, neither minimizing the arrangement's origins nor exaggerating its evolution. Finally, Park sat back. Ms. Morgan, I appreciate your candor. Most people in your position would try to deny the transactional elements. You've been refreshingly honest about them. Because the truth is my best defense. And because I'm not ashamed of making a difficult choice in impossible circumstances. Elena's voice was steady. Detective, I don't know what Marcus Hale told you. But I can tell you this, he's not trying to protect me or expose fraud. He's trying to hurt Damien by using me as a weapon. And I won't let him. That's quite an accusation. It's quite a pattern. Marcus has been trying to destroy Damien for 5 years. He's used business partners, employees, anyone in Damien's orbit as leverage. Now he's using me. Elena pulled out her phone, showing the messages Marcus had sent. These are from him. Trying to turn me against Damien, offering help, that's really just manipulation. You want to investigate fraud? Investigate Marcus Hale's acquisition attempt. Investigate how he's been systematically undermining Damien's business relationships. Investigate the real conspiracy. Park took the phone, scrolling through messages. Her expression remained neutral, but something shifted in her eyes. We'll look into this. Good. Elena stood, Richard rising beside her. Are we done here? For now. We may have follow-up questions. Park handed back the phone. Ms. Morgan? Off the record, you're either telling the truth or you're the best liar I've ever interviewed. I'm telling the truth. And I'm good at reading people, so I know you believe me. Elena held her gaze. The question is whether you're willing to look past the uncomfortable optics to see the legitimate relationship underneath. Park's mouth curved slightly. We'll be in touch. Richard guided Elena out of the precinct, his hand at her elbow. They didn't speak until they were in the car, privacy glass up, Manhattan sliding past outside. You did well, Richard said. Better than well. You were honest without being defensive. You owned the uncomfortable parts without apologizing for them. That's exactly what we needed. Do you think they believed me? I think Park's smart enough to recognize truth when she hears it. And smart enough to see that Marcus's complaint is motivated by revenge, not justice. Richard pulled out his phone, typing rapidly. But we're not out of the woods. They'll verify everything you said. Interview your father, Sophia Castellane, anyone who can corroborate your story. This could take weeks. Elena's phone buzzed. Damien, how did it go? Are you okay? Do I need to come get you? She smiled despite her exhaustion. I'm fine. Told the truth. Coming home now. Thank God. I've been pacing for 3 hours. Richard says you were magnificent. He's texting you updates? Every 30 minutes like I demanded. I'm not good at letting you handle things alone. I know. But you're trying. That's what matters. The car pulled up to the Tribeca building. Elena rode the elevator up 43 floors, her body heavy with adrenaline crash. The penthouse doors opened to Damien pacing in the living room, his hair disheveled from running his hands through it, his expression cycling between relief and residual fear. You're back, he said like he'd been afraid she wouldn't be. I'm back. Elena crossed to him, letting him pull her close with desperate intensity. I told them everything. The contract, the medical payments, how we fell in love despite the transactional beginning. I was honest about all of it. And they're investigating. But I think Park believed me. Elena pulled back enough to see his face. Damien, this is going to get worse before it gets better. They're going to interview everyone we know. They're going to scrutinize every transaction, every communication. It's going to be invasive and exhausting and probably humiliating. I know. I'm sorry. Stop apologizing. We're in this together. She touched his face, feeling tension and fear and love all tangled together. But I need you to promise me something. No matter what happens, even if they file charges, even if this gets ugly, you let me stand beside you. You don't try to protect me by pushing me away. You don't take the fall alone to spare me. We face this as partners. Damien's control cracked. I don't know if I can do that. If they charge you with conspiracy because of choices I made, then we fight it. Together. Elena's voice was firm. That's what partnership means. Not just the good parts, the hard parts too. The parts where we're scared and uncertain and facing consequences. We do that together or we don't do it at all. He kissed her, desperate and grateful and terrified. I love you. Even if this destroys everything, I love you. It's not going to destroy everything. It's going to test us. And we're going to pass. Elena pulled him toward the couch, suddenly exhausted. Now hold me while I process the fact that I just spent 3 hours being interrogated by the NYPD. They collapsed together, Elena curled against Damien's chest, his arms tight around her. Outside, Manhattan glittered with its usual indifference. Inside, two people were learning that love meant facing consequences together, that partnership meant trusting each other with the hard parts, that sometimes the bravest thing was simply not running when things got difficult. Elena's phone buzzed. Her father, Detective Park, called. Asked about your relationship with Damien. I told her the truth, that he's a controlling bastard who loves you more than he knows how to handle. That you're strong enough to call him on his shit. That you two are figuring it out. She seemed satisfied. Elena showed Damien the message. His laugh was shaky, relieved. Your father threatened to break my legs and vouched for me in the same conversation. I don't know whether to be grateful or terrified. Both. That's his special gift. Elena kissed his chest, right over his heart. We're going to be okay. This is just Marcus's last desperate play. And it's going to fail. How are you so sure? Because we have something he doesn't understand, actual love. Messy, complicated, imperfect love that started wrong but became real. Elena looked up at him. That's worth fighting for. And we're both too stubborn to let him win. Damien's arms tightened around her. The rest of my life isn't going to be enough time to deserve you. Good thing we're not keeping score. Elena closed her eyes, letting exhaustion pull her under. Now stop talking and let me sleep. Fighting for our relationship is exhausting. She felt him smile against her hair, felt the tension drain from his body as he finally let himself believe she wasn't leaving. They stayed like that as afternoon faded to evening, two people who'd chosen each other despite impossible odds, who were learning that love meant facing consequences together. The investigation would continue. Marcus would escalate. There would be more interviews, more scrutiny, more uncomfortable questions about the line between arrangement and relationship. But they would face it together. Partners not just in contract but in truth. And somehow that was enough. For now it was enough. Epilogue, 1 year later. The brownstone in Brooklyn Heights smelled like coffee and Thanksgiving. Elena stood at the kitchen counter, chopping vegetables for stuffing while her father argued with Damien about proper turkey brining technique. Through the window, November light painted the neighborhood in shades of amber and rust. The same light that had illuminated her childhood, her mother's last autumn, every major decision that had led her here. You're overthinking it, Thomas said, his voice strong despite the year of treatment behind him. Full remission, 6 months cancer-free, arguing about poultry like he had all the time in the world. Just salt, sugar, and water. Anything else is showing off. Showing off is the point of Thanksgiving, Damien countered, but his smile was genuine, unguarded. Besides, Elena likes the herb-brined version. Elena likes not having to referee you too. She pointed her knife at them without looking up. Now both of you get out of my kitchen before I ban you from dinner entirely. They retreated to the living room with matching expressions of mock offense, and Elena returned to her prep work with a smile tugging at her mouth. A year. 1 full year since that midnight contract signing, since she'd sold herself to save her father and accidentally found something worth more than any arrangement. Her phone buzzed against the counter. Vivian, press embargo lifts tomorrow. You ready for the media circus? Elena typed back one-handed, as ready as I'll ever be. At least this time the story's true. The investigation had taken 4 months. 4 months of interviews, document reviews, witness statements, Detective Park being thorough, ethical, exactly as promised. In the end, she'd found no evidence of fraud. The marriage had been unconventional but legal. The medical payments had been gifts, properly documented and taxed. Marcus Hale's complaint had been dismissed, and he'd been quietly forced out of Cross Industries' board after his own financial irregularities came to light during the investigation. Karma, Elena had decided, was satisfyingly real. But the media attention had been brutal. Every tabloid in New York had run stories about the contract marriage and the bought bride. The business journals had been more circumspect but equally invasive. Elena had lost count of the photographers camped outside the brownstone, the reporters shouting questions, the speculation about whether their relationship was real or performance. So they'd made a deal with the Times, one exclusive interview after the investigation concluded, complete editorial control, and then a press embargo while they rebuilt their privacy. Tomorrow that embargo lifted. Tomorrow the world would read their story in their own words. Tomorrow they'd be public again. But today was theirs. Lainey? Her father appeared in the kitchen doorway, his expression soft. You okay? Just thinking about tomorrow. About what happens when everyone reads the interview. Elena set down her knife, wiping her hands on a towel. What if they don't believe us? What if they think we're still performing? Then there are idiots who don't recognize real love when they see it. Thomas moved to her side, his hand warm on her shoulder. But most people will see what I see, two stubborn people who found each other in complicated circumstances and chose to make it work. That's not scandal. That's just life. When did you get so wise? When I almost died and realized life's too short to care what strangers think. He squeezed her shoulder once, then released her. Now finish that stuffing. Sophia and Vivian will be here in an hour, and you know Vivian judges people by their vegetable chopping skills. Elena laughed, returning to her prep. Sophia Castellane was flying in from Paris for the weekend, her first time meeting Elena in person, though they'd video called monthly since that first conversation a year ago. Vivian had become a genuine friend, not just Damien's PR director. Even Richard Castellano was coming, bringing his husband and an allegedly legendary pumpkin pie family. Not the one Elena had been born into, but the one she and Damien had built from the wreckage of arrangements and investigations and Marcus Hale's failed vendetta. The doorbell rang. Elena heard Damien answer it, heard Sophia's accented voice and Vivian's laugh, heard the house fill with people who'd chosen to be here. She wiped her hands and went to greet them. Sophia Castellane was smaller than Elena had expected, petite, dark-haired, with eyes that held hard-won wisdom. She hugged Elena like they were old friends, not two women connected by the same man's past mistakes. Finally, Sophia said, pulling back with a smile. I've been dying to meet the woman who tamed Damien Cross. I didn't tame him. I just taught him that vulnerability isn't weakness. Elena gestured toward where Damien stood with Vivian, arguing about the best wine pairing for Turkey. Most days. Most days is better than no days. Sophia's expression turned serious. Thank you. For what you said in that interview. About me, about what happened with my father. For not letting Marcus twist that narrative. The Times interview had been exhaustive, 3 hours of questions about the contract, the investigation, the evolution of their relationship. But it had also been honest. Elena and Damien had talked about Sophia, about the Castellane deal, about Damien's pattern of control and his ongoing work to change it. They'd owned their mistakes publicly, refusing to hide behind PR spin. It was the truth, Elena said simply. And you deserve to have your story told accurately. They moved to the living room, where Thomas was showing Vivian photos from Elena's childhood. Mortifying but inevitable. Richard arrived with his husband and the promised pie. More wine appeared, more laughter, the brownstone filling with warmth and noise and the comfortable chaos of people who'd chosen each other. Elena found Damien on the back porch, watching the neighborhood settle into evening. She slid her arms around his waist from behind, resting her cheek against his back. You okay? She asked. Just thinking about last year. About the contract signing, about how terrified I was that you'd walk away. His hands covered hers, lacing their fingers together. About how I almost destroyed this before it began because I didn't know how to ask for what I wanted. But you learned. I'm learning. Still. He turned in her arms, his expression soft in the fading light. I'm in therapy. I'm working on my control issues. I'm trying to be better than the man who manipulated you into a contract. You're better. You've been better. Elena rose on her toes, kissing him softly. And I'm proud of you. For doing the work, for being honest in that interview, for letting me stand beside you through the investigation instead of trying to protect me from consequences. Hardest thing I've ever done. His arms tightened around her. Watching you walk into that police interview knowing I couldn't control the outcome, I thought I was going to lose my mind. But you didn't try to stop me. You trusted me to handle it. Elena pulled back enough to see his face. That's growth, Damien. That's what partnership looks like. It's terrifying. I know. But you're doing it anyway. She kissed him again, deeper this time. Now come inside. Your wife made stuffing and your father-in-law is about to start embarrassing stories about my teenage years. They returned to the warmth and noise, Elena's hand in Damien's, both of them choosing this moment and these people and the messy, imperfect life they'd built together. Dinner was chaos. Too many people crowded around the table, too much wine, too many conversations happening at once. Thomas told stories about Elena's disastrous high school art phase. Vivian shared behind-the-scenes disasters from the board meeting. Sophia talked about Paris and recovery and the strange grace of forgiving people who'd hurt you unintentionally. And through it all, Damien's hand found Elena's under the table. Not controlling, not possessive, just connected. Anchored. After dinner, after pie and coffee and Vivian's insistence on doing dishes, after everyone had left except Sophia who was staying in the guest room, Elena and Damien stood in the kitchen wrapping leftovers. I have something for you, Damien said quietly. Elena looked up from the turkey container. It's not my birthday. I know. But it's the anniversary of the contract signing. 1 year since you walked into my penthouse at midnight and changed everything. He pulled a small box from his pocket. Velvet, expensive, nothing like the ring box from a year ago. Elena's breath caught. Damien. It's not what you think. Or maybe it is. I don't know. He opened the box to reveal a ring. Simple platinum band, no diamond, just elegant metal that caught the kitchen light. The other rings were part of the contract. Part of the arrangement. This one is just because I love you. Because I choose you every day. Because I want to marry you again, not for inheritance or arrangements, but just because you're the only person I want to spend my life with. Elena's throat closed. We're already married. Legally. But not really. Not in the way that matters. He took her hand and she realized his was shaking slightly. Elena Morgan, will you marry me? No contract, no obligations, no exit strategies. Just you and me and the rest of our lives figuring this out together. Tears blurred her vision. You're asking. I'm asking. Because I finally learned that's what you do when you love someone. You ask instead of assume. You give them the choice instead of structuring the outcome. His voice cracked. So I'm asking. Will you marry me? Again. For real this time? Elena looked at the ring. Simple, honest, nothing like the calculated perfection of the first one. She looked at Damien, vulnerable, terrified, offering her a choice without trying to control her answer. She looked at the life they'd built from manipulation and investigation and the terrible courage of choosing each other freely. Yes, she said. God, yes. I'll marry you again. For real this time. He slid the ring onto her finger beside the original wedding band, old and new, arrangement and choice, everything they'd been and everything they were becoming. Then he kissed her like a man who'd just been given something he didn't deserve but was grateful enough to cherish anyway. When? He asked against her mouth. Spring. Small ceremony. Just the people who matter. Elena's hands framed his face. And Damien? I want to write our own vows. Real ones, not the legal script from City Hall. Promises we actually mean. What kind of promises? To be honest even when it's hard. To ask instead of assume. To trust each other with the messy parts. Elena's thumb traced his jaw. To keep choosing each other every day even when it's complicated. I can promise that. His arms tightened around her. I can promise all of that. They stood in her father's kitchen, in the house where she'd grown up, surrounded by the ghosts of her mother and the evidence of Thomas's recovery and the life she'd almost lost when she'd signed that contract. But she hadn't lost it. She'd found something bigger. Partnership, trust, the strange alchemy of turning arrangement into love. The interview publishes tomorrow, Elena said. Everyone's going to have opinions about us. Let them. Damien's voice was steady. We know the truth. That's enough. Is it? Really? Really? He pulled back, his expression serious. Elena, I spent 5 years caring what people thought. Building walls, maintaining image, structuring every interaction to control perception. And I was miserable. But this year, being honest about our mistakes, owning our complicated beginning, letting people see the messy reality, I've never been happier. Even with the investigation? The media circus. Even with all of it. 'Cause I have you. Because we're building something real instead of something perfect. He kissed her forehead, gentle and reverent. That's worth more than any carefully maintained image. Elena's phone buzzed on the counter. Her father, from upstairs, stop making out in my kitchen and go home. Some of us are trying to sleep. She showed Damien the text, both of them laughing. He has excellent timing. He has excellent hearing. Damien grabbed their coats from the hook by the door. Come on. Let's go home. Home. Not the penthouse anymore. They'd bought a place together 6 months ago, a renovated warehouse in Dumbo with views of the Brooklyn Bridge and enough space for Elena's art collection and Damien's home office and the life they were building together. Equal names on the deed. Equal say in decisions. Equal partnership. They walked through Brooklyn Heights hand in hand, Elena's new ring catching streetlight, the November air crisp and clear. Manhattan glittered across the river, all those sharp edges and impossible dreams, the city that had brought them together through desperation and arrangement and the terrible courage of choosing each other anyway. What are you thinking? Damien asked. That a year ago I was terrified. Signing a contract with a stranger, selling myself to save my father, convinced I was making a terrible mistake. Elena squeezed his hand. And I was right. It was a terrible mistake. But it was also the best decision I ever made. How can it be both? Because the mistake led me to you. To this. To learning that love doesn't have to start perfect to become real. She stopped walking, turning to face him under a streetlight. You were right about something that first night. You said I was strong enough to survive being married to you. But I'm not just surviving anymore. I'm choosing it. Every day. That's the difference. Damien's expression cracked, vulnerability spilling through. I don't know what I did to deserve you. You learned to be vulnerable. You learned to ask instead of control. You learned that love means trusting someone enough to let them choose freely. Elena's voice was soft. That's what you did. You changed. And that's worth everything. They continued walking, their footsteps echoing through quiet streets, two people who'd found each other in the worst possible way and made it work anyway. The warehouse came into view, their home, their choice, their life together. Inside, Elena made tea while Damien built a fire in the industrial fireplace they'd installed. They settled on the couch with blankets and mugs, watching flames dance and Brooklyn settle into night beyond their windows. Read it to me, Damien said quietly. Elena knew what he meant. She pulled up the Times interview on her tablet, the one that would publish tomorrow and make their story public. They'd already approved the final version, but she read it aloud anyway, their words, their truth, their complicated beginning and messy middle and hopeful future. We started with a contract, Elena Morgan Cross says, her hand finding her husband's across the table. A business arrangement that looked exactly like the kind of thing people should be suspicious of. Wealthy man, desperate woman, marriage for money. Every red flag you can imagine. I was manipulative, Damien Cross adds, his voice quiet but steady. I saw someone I wanted in my life, and instead of asking if she'd give me a chance, I structured a situation where she'd need me. That's not romantic. That's control disguised as help. But here's the complicated part, Elena continues. He did help. My father's alive because of choices Damien made. Yes, those choices were manipulative. Yes, I was angry when I found out. But the outcome was real. My father got treatment he couldn't otherwise afford. That doesn't make the manipulation okay. But it makes it complicated. They pause, sharing a look that holds a year of struggle and growth and the hard work of building trust from damaged foundations. We're not telling this story to justify what we did, Damien says. We're telling it because relationships are complicated. Because sometimes love starts wrong but becomes real. Because we want people to understand that you can acknowledge mistakes and still choose to move forward together. And because we're tired of hiding, Elena adds. Tired of people speculating about whether our relationship is performance or truth. It's both. It started as performance, a contract with clear terms and exit strategies. But it became truth. We fell in love. We chose each other. That's real, even if the beginning was manufactured. Elena set down the tablet, her throat tight. Do you think people will understand? Some will. Some won't. But the ones who matter, the ones who've ever loved someone imperfectly, who've made mistakes and tried to be better, they'll get it. Damien pulled her close, his chin resting on her head. And the ones who don't? They can have their opinions. We have each other. That's enough. They sat in comfortable silence, fire crackling, the city breathing beyond their windows. Elena thought about the year behind them, the contract signing, the investigation, the daily choice to trust each other despite damage and fear. She thought about the year ahead, the spring wedding, the continued therapy, the ongoing work of partnership. I love you, she said quietly. Not because you're perfect. Not because you've fixed all your control issues. Just because you're trying. Because you let me see you struggle. Because you're brave enough to be vulnerable even though it terrifies you. I love you too. Damien's arms tightened. Because you called me on my bullshit. Because you demanded better. Because you were strong enough to leave and brave enough to come back. Because you see all of me, the good, the bad, the parts I'm still working on, and you choose to stay anyway. Every day, Elena promised. I choose you every day. Every day, he echoed. They stayed like that as the fire burned down to embers, as Brooklyn settled into deep night, as the anniversary of their contract signing became just another moment in the life they were building together. No more arrangements. No more exit strategies. Just two people who'd started wrong but were determined to end right. Just two people choosing each other freely. Just two people finally home. The Times interview published at dawn. Elena woke to her phone exploding with notifications. Texts, calls, social media mentions, the world having opinions about their story. She ignored it all, rolling over to find Damien already awake, watching her with soft eyes. It's out there, he said. I know. Elena stretched, her new ring catching morning light. How do you feel? Terrified. Relieved. grateful that we told it our way. He pulled her close, pressing a kiss to her temple. Ready to face whatever comes next. Together? Together. They stayed in bed longer than they should have, ignoring the notifications and the media circus and the world's opinions about their complicated love. Eventually, they'd have to engage. Vivian was already texting about interview requests, Richard about legal implications, her father about whether they'd seen the Times headline. But for now they had this moment. This choice. This daily decision to be vulnerable and honest and imperfectly committed to each other. Elena's phone rang. Not a reporter, Sophia. Have you seen the response? Sophia asked without preamble. It's incredible. People are sharing their own stories. Complicated beginnings, unconventional arrangements, relationships that started wrong but became real. You two started something. We just told the truth. That's what makes it powerful. You didn't try to make it pretty. You owned the mess and the mistakes and the hard work of becoming better. Sophia's voice turned soft. Thank you. For being brave enough to be honest. For showing people that love doesn't have to start perfect to become real. After they hung up, Elena showed Damien her phone, hundreds of messages from strangers sharing their stories, thanking them for their honesty, admitting their own complicated beginnings. Not everyone was supportive. But enough people understood. Enough people saw themselves in the story of two people who'd started wrong but refused to give up. We did it, Damien said quietly. We told our truth. And people are responding. Not everyone. No. But enough. He kissed her soft and sure. That's all we need. Enough people understanding. Enough honesty between us. Enough courage to keep choosing each other. Enough, Elena agreed. They got up, made coffee, faced the day together. Vivian called with interview requests they politely declined. Richard called about a book deal they weren't interested in. Thomas called to say he was proud of them, that the interview was honest and brave and exactly what the world needed. And through it all, Elena and Damien stayed anchored to each other. Not perfectly. Not without fear. But together, choosing vulnerability over control, honesty over image, real over perfect. That evening, they returned to the brownstone for leftover turkey and Sophia's last night in New York. Thomas raised a glass of wine, his eyes bright with health and mischief. To complicated beginnings, he said. And to people brave enough to make them work. To complicated beginnings, they echoed. Elena caught Damien's eye across the table, saw the love and gratitude and lingering fear there, saw him choosing her again in this moment and knowing he'd choose her again tomorrow. She raised her glass higher. And to real endings, she added. The ones we write ourselves. They drank to that, to truth and choice and the messy, imperfect work of loving someone without trying to control them. To arrangements that became real. To contracts that burned. To two people who'd started in darkness and found their way to light. To love, complicated and hard-won and absolutely worth fighting for. To love, chosen freely every single day. To love. Just love. The end.